Iowa City City Council meeting December 19th, 2000, come to order. Roll call.
Champion. Here. Canner.
Here.
Lehman.
Here.
O'Donnell.
Here.
Bob.
Here.
Vanderhoff. Here. Wilburn.
Here. Item 2 is special presentations, and before we start that, this is Fred Lucas night. Fred Lucas is a reporter for the Press Citizen who is leaving the Press Citizen to return to his homeland, which I think is considerably warmer than Johnson County. And part of the reason I think it's warmer is because of perhaps a female acquaintance that he may have back home. So Fred, we wish you the very best. We've enjoyed very much having you cover council meetings, and I'm sure the whole council wishes you the best.
Was that his mother you were talking about?
I don't think it was his mother.
Grandmother.
Fred, it's not very often that reporters get applause in here, I can tell you.
So sweet.
Okay, all right, we have a special presentation tonight. It's the Richard W. Lee Award. And R.J., would you come forward, please? And Richard.
Chief of Police R.J. Winkelhack will do the presentation, and joining the mayor will be the recipient, Officer Kevin Bailey, and also retired Captain Richard W. Lee.
Mr. Mayor, you have a plaque that goes with this. A little bit over a year ago, a number of citizens came before this council and instituted this particular award to be given to a police officer in honoring the career of Captain Lee. And I'd like to read the award that Officer Bailey will receive. Captain Richard W. Lee served the Iowa City community as a police officer through 3 decades, from July 1st, 1950 until his retirement July 16th, 1982. During his career, Dick demonstrated not only an awareness of the letter of the law, but also the spirit of the law. It is this understanding of the concept of justice that allowed him to protect his community while serving it with a human touch of generosity and compassion. Throughout his career, Dick touched many lives and countless people in all walks and stations of life. His treatment of each of these were with dignity and understanding that will live in their hearts in generations to come. These qualities were not only demonstrated in his duty hours, but also carried over into Dick's everyday life. And tonight we'd like to present to you Officer Kevin Bailey. This award is presented not only to honor the career of Richard W. Lee, but those who follow with the dedication and understanding of the true meaning of serving law enforcement and their community. To give you just a real brief example, Officer Bailey has served in a number of different capacities. He's shown his feelings about the community in dealing with young people, not only in the capacity as a law enforcement, but also as a foster parent as well. And we've received numbers of letters from members of our community in regards to his work within the community. Just one example, he went to a call where they needed to try to resuscitate an individual, not able to do so. Officer Bailey stayed with the family until other family members could come in, followed up with them to make sure that arrangements were made for everything that they needed to do, and then spent time and also went to the funeral of the individual. This certainly does demonstrate the kind of things that Captain Lee did during his service with our city as a police officer and also in the community as a resident of our community. So it's with great pleasure that I'd like to introduce tonight Officer Kevin Bailey as a first recipient, the very first of the, we hope to be many, Captain Richard Lee Awards.
Well, Kevin, you are number 1 on the list. Actually, Dick, you're number 1. But he's the first one at the bottom. I think this is very, very significant. And Dick, I'm sure you're very proud of this fellow as well as obviously RJ is. And the City of Iowa City is proud of officers who represent the kinds of principles that you do. And you certainly have our thanks and our appreciation. You know, the fun part of the meeting always comes up front, and that was a lot of fun. The next part of the meeting is a lot of fun, too. This is our Outstanding Student Citizenship Awards, so if the students who are going to receive those awards and the readers would come forward, please.
Student Citizenship Award.
Come on down.
Well, you can write up here, and you can read in this
No,
microphone.
right up here.
Right up here. Mayor gets lonesome when he's up here by himself. Now, the mayor has got 3 granddaughters. You're making him feel right at home. So when you read it, if you would give your name and before you read the award.
Okay, I'm Claire Paulson, and I am about to read an award about Sareem Park. Sareem, a 5th grader, was chosen as good citizen of our class because she is kind, sympathetic, helpful, honest, modest, and very innovative. Before 1st grade, she lived in Korea. Her after-school activities include dance, church programs, piano, and violin. She writes her own plays, is a very good artist. Last summer, she went with her family to Mexico, where she helped build shelters for homeless people. Now that is an act of a good citizen.
My name is Leslie Meyer. I'm a 5th grader in Mr. Kemp's class. I am honored to win this award. My family, teachers, and coaches have always taught me to be a good citizen. They have taught me how to be kind and how to work with others. My classmates make that a very easy thing for me to do. I'd like to thank my classmates and my teacher for choosing me for this award.
Hi, my name is Paige Gerard, and this is Latanza Roberts. Latanza Roberts is a 5th grader at Horseman Elementary. She is 11 years old and in Miss Mulligan's class. She was chosen for this award because she is nice to everyone, is a good student, is always on task, and gets along with everybody. Latanza comes from a large family of 10.
I have some awards here. They say, for outstanding qualities of leadership within Horace Mann Elementary, as well as the community, and for sense of responsibility and helpfulness to others, we recognize these students as outstanding student citizens. Your community is proud of you. Leslie? Say. And Latanza. Now, you know, wouldn't it be nice if our friends could say that about us? You know, we laugh, but really, I'm so impressed with you kids, and we are really proud of you. I'm sure your parents are and your teachers are, and especially your grandparents. They are really proud of you. So thank you again and congratulations. Item 4 is consider adoption of the consent calendar as presented or amended.
Move adoption.
By Champion, seconded by O'Donnell. Discussion?
Yes. I'd like to make note of the item number C, permits for alcohol, dancing, and cigarettes, and note that we have some renewals, and also say that the purpose that I'm doing this is to bring awareness that even though this goes through the clerk's office and others, we as City Council, I believe, shouldn't just always pass them right through. We should take a closer look, and arrests for underage drinking should be just one of the many factors to look at. And I'll do this until we put in place some mechanisms that we're looking at to give out some administrative fines if necessary to some of the bars. And we'll be considering new resolutions in January and February, perhaps. I'd like to note that Gringos had 2 visits and 0 arrests. New Yenching had no visits. Gabe's had 9 visits and 2 arrests year to date. Carlos O'Kelly's had 0 visits, and Pagliai's was not on the list. And just want to make note also, last year we had some people that came here to complain about Gabe's renewal. And I've talked to people at Ecumenical Towers. It appears that the noise problems are not quite as bad. I looked at some of the complaints that were listed with the police for the last 3 months, and they don't seem to be as bad. So I was thinking that I would propose that we consider Gabe separately to do a closer look because there were so many complaints last year. But I feel that this year perhaps they're working a little harder to control the sound and some of the disturbances. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I just want to comment. Because Stephen didn't refer specifically to what arrests he was talking about, it's my understanding that he is talking about arrests of individuals for underage drinking, not arrests of employees of the bar for sales to minors. That's a serious distinction when it comes to culpability of the bar owner under Iowa law. So I think that just needs to be clarified.
Thank you. And yeah, I usually do point that out. Thank you for reminding me. And I just want to say again that it's just one of the factors that we should look at in renewal of liquor licenses. There's many factors to look at in whether or not bar owners are living up to the welfare and safety of the area. That's one of the things we're supposed to look at when renewing the licenses.
Two other things to point out. Under E1, we're setting a public hearing for January 9th to consider an ordinance amending a nuisance ordinance that's going to place some restrictions on the number of automobiles that are allowed to be parked in residential zones or stored. And item 2 is setting a public hearing for January 9th on the plan specifications and contract for the Skywalk for the Senior Center,
Oh, wow.
which is something we've talked about for a long time. Other discussion? Roll call.
Champion?
Yes.
Canner?
Yes.
Kleeman?
Yes.
O'Donnell?
Yes.
Bob?
Yes.
Vanderhoff?
Yes.
Coburn?
Yes.
Motion carries. Item 5 is public discussion. This is a time reserved on the agenda for people who would like to address council on items that do not otherwise appear on the agenda. If you wish to address the council, please sign in with your name, give your address, and limit your comments to 5 minutes or less.
I know this is supposed to make it easier, but it doesn't want to come off. Okay, my name is Nancy Carlson. I live at 1002 East Jefferson, and I'm here tonight because I would like to retire from street snow removal. For the past, I don't know how many years, basically, I've cleaned the parking area on Evans Street, probably 200 feet, because the city never seems to get to that part. Unfortunately, this year, I just got my snowblower tonight. So this has been what I have been out on the street cleaning with. You know, I would love to leave it here, but unfortunately, I need it still for my sidewalks. But if the city could possibly come up with some kind of plan so that people who live in the older sections of town where there is parking on only one side, not odd even parking, but it's always on the same side of the street, if something could be done so that we don't deal with snows over 6 inches for weeks and weeks upon end, I would really, really appreciate it. Thank you.
Right. I think a Teflon-covered snow shovel works better.
Would the city buy one for me?
I would remind you, that was something that was brought up at last night's work session, so you weren't the first person that is reminding us of this one-sided, and I think we're going to take a hard look at what possibilities.
I mean, I heard last week Cedar Rapids announced that they were going to do an odd even parking all over the city in all residential areas. One day it was the odd and nobody could park on the odd side of the street, and the next day it was the even and no one could park on the even side of the street, so that they could get all the snow cleared off.
Thank you.
My name is Jean Walker. I'm an officer of the newly started Friends of the Animal Shelter Foundation. I'm standing in for Holly Hodgkiss, who is our president. And with me tonight is Lisa Drozel-Pooley, another officer of the foundation. Also, Misha Goodman is the director of the Iowa City Coralville Animal Care and Adoption Center is here in case you might have any questions for her about the foundation. We've already submitted our draft plan to you. We're not asking for you to make any official decisions about this organization. We just want to let you know about the organization, and we would appreciate any comments or suggestions you might have about it before we finalize the plan. We've already submitted it to the Animal Center, the Animal Control Advisory Board, the Johnson County Humane Society, and the Coralville City Council. In order to meet our primary objective to help the homeless animals in our community, we decided that our foundation will have the Animal Center as its main focus. We also wish to cooperate with the Humane Society, designing programs that are compatible with theirs. We recognize the wonderful work that both Misha Goodman and her staff and the Johnson County Humane Society people have done for so many years in the community. The foundation will operate autonomously with a self-appointed government that is dedicated to cooperating with and furthering the goals of the Animal Center. We will concentrate on funding programs that augment the center's civic budget, but not replace the budget. With the center's direction, we will develop and implement a budget that allows for expansion of its programs and facilities. As you know from the plan, we plan to raise funds and volunteers to support programs for the homeless animals in the community, especially in the Animal Center. These include a spay-neuter program, a dog training program, raising funds to augment the medical expenses of the center, funds to enhance the surrounding of the animals in the center, and funds to enhance the educational programs of the center. We have a big vision for the foundation. We want it eventually to be a large-scale foundation with long-term vision to help the animals in our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Jim Walters. I live at 1033 East Washington Street in Iowa City. I wanted to come down and comment on the issue of the matter of the videotaping of the informal council meetings. I don't want to comment on the collegiality issue or how it's initiated or who initiates it, but I think the one thing that was excuse me, absent in press reports today on the discussion of last night was simply the notion that these are open meetings, and that anybody who wants to can come in and videotape them, and anyone who wants to can come in and attend them. Indeed, we have 3 cameras here tonight recording this meeting, but those cameras are all the property of the city of Iowa City. If anyone else wanted to come in and record the meeting, they would be perfectly within their rights to do so, publicize it, and use that videotape in any way they chose, any manner or form they chose to use it. So I think that's a really important consideration. And as someone who's attended council meetings over the last year, as all of you know, both formal and informal, I think it's important for people to know that there's a vast difference between the formal and the informal meetings, and that if they are only watching these formal meetings via this videotape, they are not party to a great deal of the decision-making and discussion that goes on relative to this council and the government of Iowa City. And I think that they would be well advised to come down and attend the informal meetings of the council and see how the council makes decisions at those informal meetings and how those discussions take place, because they're not reported very accurately in the press, as we all know. And I think that there's another matter that one of the things that I think is apparent to me as watching the informal council meetings over the last year is that we've kind of devolved into a pattern of saying, do we have 4 votes? If we have 4 votes, it would seem apparent to whoever those 4 votes are that there's no longer a need for much discussion on the issue at hand. And that's not always the case. Just having 4 votes doesn't obviate the need to discuss an issue, because all of you will find yourselves on a minority position at some time. Mike last night found himself on a minority position, 3-1. He found himself on a minority vote at the last council meeting on the matter of zoning out on Rochester. So being in a minority is not something that's the exclusive position of any one person on this council. All of you have found yourselves, I believe, as a lone vote on at least one issue that I've seen in the last year, and some of you have been in a minority at a number of times. So saying that there's a minority position on this council, most all of you find yourself in that position at one time or another. And I think that the issue of having a formal and an informal meeting, having one that the people can see via these cameras and one that they can't see except to be covered either by coming here or by the press, if you put them both on camera, then you have to ask yourself, why do we have 2 separate meetings? Why shouldn't we just be having, in the interest of economy and in the interest of protecting the taxpayers, why shouldn't we just have one meeting and do all our decision making and all our input at that meeting? And that's a question I'm going to be raising over the next year. So thank you.
Thank you, Jim.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Jay Honahan, I'm a member of the Senior Center Commission. I'd like to start off by giving you the new mission statement, goals and objectives, approved by the Accreditation Committee for the Senior Center for the years 2001 through 2004. I'd also like to report to you that you're in for another year of looking at me because the commission apparently is gluttons for punishment, and they reelected me chair again this year. Joanne Hora was also reelected as vice chair, and Charity Rowley was elected as secretary. At our meeting tonight, we had a presentation by Lisa Dewey, director of seats, on the matter of eligibility of seniors, which helped members of the commission understand the seats problem better and the problem of financing of seats by the city of Iowa City and alternate means of transportation for seniors. The Strategic Planning Committee reported on the parking proposal for seniors in the new ramp. After we held 2 public hearings for seniors, 2 public meetings, if you will, on January 10th and 11th, we hope to have something in final form, which we hope to present to you and the city staff and get your approval. I took the liberty at the meeting and indicated that you would set a public hearing on the plans and specifications and form a contract for our skywalk, and they were pleased to hear that. I also have some great news. And Fred, this is your last meeting. You've called me up constantly. We have reached $120,000.
Wow, good for you.
We have reached our goal through an estate. The lady gave us a substantial amount, and we're not going to quit. However, we're going to continue to try to raise more money. We intend to make another application for CDBG funds. I think one of our members told you that at the last meeting, but we're really excited about reaching our goal, and we're really excited about getting the skywalk underway in the year 2001. Finally, the accreditation committees have been meeting, and we hope to finalize our application in January and submit it to the national organization. We've had outstanding support from volunteers that attended what we promised them, 4 meetings in each subcommittee. And we are very confident that we're going to be approved, and it'll be another plum for the city of Iowa City. Thank you for your time, and we look forward to the public hearing on the 9th.
Jay?
Thank you, Jay.
Jay, I had a question for you.
Yes.
There was a mixer that was planned a week or so ago that was called off before the weather. I wonder if you had rescheduled that. I think a number of us were thinking of coming, and
That was Heritage that did that, and I do not know if they have rescheduled it. It was canceled because of the weather, yes.
can you let us know when you hear about the rescheduling of that?
We'll let you know.
Thank
Sure.
you.
Sure.
Thank you, Jay.
Thank you.
We have a motion to accept the mission statement.
Second.
Moved by O'Donnell, second by Champion. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Other public discussion. Item 6, planning and zoning matters. A, consider a motion setting a public hearing for January 9th on a resolution amending the comprehensive plan, South District Plan, to change the land use plan for the area south of Napoleon Park and west of South Gilbert Street from multifamily residential and public open space to public institutional, approximately 21 acres, and commercial, approximately 2 acres, and to depict the general location of an east-west arterial street which will connect Gilbert Street to the west side of the Iowa River.
Move to set the public hearing.
Moved by Vanderoff,
Second.
seconded by Cantor. Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Item B, consider motion setting a public hearing for January 9th on an ordinance changing the use designation from interim development multifamily residential to community commercial for approximately 2 acres of property located west of Gilbert Street and south of Napoleon Lane.
Move to set public hearing.
Second.
Moved by O'Donnell, seconded by Champion. All in favor?
Aye.
Public hearing is set. Item C, consider a motion setting a public hearing for January 9th on an ordinance approving a revised sensitive area site plan for the Peninsula neighborhood, an 82.1 acre residential neighborhood containing up to 400 dwelling units located at the west end of Foster Road.
Move to set the public hearing.
By Vanderoff, seconded by Wilburn. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing is set. Item D, consider a motion setting a public hearing for January 9th on an ordinance amending section 14-6J-1, the off-street parking requirements, to require only one off-street parking space for small, one-bedroom, single-family, townhouse, and duplex dwellings.
Move to set the public hearing.
Second.
Moved by Vanderoff, seconded by Wilburn. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Item E, consider an ordinance vacating the northernmost 60 feet of the dead-end alley along the west property line of 405 South Summit Street. This is first consideration.
Move first consideration.
Second.
Moved by Vanderoff, seconded by Wilburn. Discussion. Roll call.
Cantor?
Yes.
Lehman?
Yes.
O'Donnell?
Yes.
Bob?
Yes.
Vanderhoff?
Yes.
Wilburn?
Yes.
Champion?
Yes.
Motion carries. Item F, consider a letter to the Johnson County Board of Supervisors recommending denial of a rezoning of 125.43 acres located within Fringe Area C, east of Dane Road and west and south of the Lake Ridge Mobile Home Park from County A1 Rural and RS Suburban Residential to County RMH Manufactured Housing Residential.
Are we deferring this?
For the name.
Mr. Mayor.
Robert.
Bob Downer, attorney for Bob and Irma Wolf and Jeb LC, the proposed developers of this property. At the last meeting, a request for deferral was made on this. It was indicated at that time that the council anticipated that there would be substantial progress toward this or that action would be taken. I wanted to report to everyone where that matter stands at this point. There has been a proposed development agreement submitted. There have been comments on this by staff that largely centered around issues of timing. Karen Franklin and I have a meeting scheduled for a week from Thursday, which I believe is about the only date between now and the end of the year when both of us are going to be in town to address some of these issues. These are not issues in any significant sense with regard to standards to be applied in the development to density, matters of that nature. They are rather as to means of accomplishing the objectives that I think are essentially shared by the city and the developer. The timing at which these things such as annexation, connection to city water and sewer, and things of that nature will occur. Karen and I had a lengthy discussion about this over the phone yesterday afternoon. I think that we have achieved substantial progress. We are not there yet, but again, it seems to me very encouraging that that essentially we're only talking about time, and it's not these are not qualitative issues insofar as the development is concerned. So we'd like to request some more time in which to continue to work on this. Karen did raise with me yesterday the question what I felt the effect of rejection of this would be. Would this prevent us from continuing to work on an agreement? And obviously the answer to that is no. It would not prevent it, but it would, it seems to me, take us back several steps, and that there would be processes that we would have to go through in getting back up to this point at such time as an agreement was reached. And I have a high level of confidence that we're going to get there.
Are you asking we defer this to the 9th or some other date?
If we could go to the meeting following that, that would I believe be beneficial, because I am out of town until about the 7th or thereabouts, and so really this meeting that we have next Thursday is about the only time that we're going to have to deal with that prior to the 9th meeting.
So you'd ask we defer to the 16th?
Yes.
All right.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Is there any reason, or has a discussion been made where this could be deferred indefinitely until these things get worked out? Is there a problem, or?
Well, that's why I just asked.
Well, I appreciate the sentiment. I think there's some feeling on both sides that perhaps we need to have a hammer over everyone on this to make sure that people are attentive to it and deal with it. And I think, frankly, that's probably a good idea. I hate taking your time to come up and ask for deferral periodically, but I do think that it's probably in everybody's interest to keep some pressure on this.
I have a question. Well, how do you put a hammer on time?
You set a date.
The hammer is not on the time, it's on the people.
Well, I'll move to defer this to January 16th.
I will second it.
Yes.
I have a question for
Go ahead.
Bob. In the memo that we got from Karen Franklin, the issue appeared to be that you were looking for not having annexation happen within at least 10 years, and the city was asking for annexation in the very near future. Is that the major issue that you're negotiating when you're referring to time?
That's one, although it was really not a 10-year period. It was based upon construction of Mormon Trek. And so that if that occurred considerably sooner than that, the time period within which the property would be annexed was tied to the construction of Mormon Trek. The 10-year period, as we had proposed in the agreement, was an outside date, and I don't think anyone had a contemplation that it was going to go for that long a time, and that's one of the areas that we're prepared to address in the meeting with Karen and look to shortening that time period.
But these are the sort of things that you will be discussing with Karen, and then we'll be receiving a recommendation, hopefully on the 16th, from our staff, which will be the results of those negotiations.
Yeah, and we have, I think, on each side outlined those areas where there are disagreements and where there aren't.
I have a question. I fail to understand why an indefinite postponement, I guess that's the word we're using here, is that, what is wrong with that, or what problems does that cause, so that I get the feeling you want it to happen, I presume the city does, so is there any reason to just, I want to say nickel and dime for a better lack of...
I would leave that within council's discretion. I don't have a strong position on that one way or the other.
The obvious reason for deferring to a date definite is because that then does appear again on the agenda for that night, and these folks are going to have to respond to us as to why or why not they have not achieved an agreement that's acceptable to both of us. If there's an indefinite deferral, it is not incumbent on Mr. Wolf or Mr. Downer or our staff to do anything.
Okay, could we extend it a little bit farther than what
He just said that would be a good date, and if that's
Well, I have a
acceptable
motion
to
on the
them,
floor,
it's
so
certainly
if it doesn't
acceptable to us.
pass-
We have a motion.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I'm not. I'm trying to find information, and it looks like, it looks like he's been kind of coming up every so often. And if there's something that they can't move,
well, there's
he likes to come and talk to us.
Okay,
we have a motion.
We're good fellas. Yeah.
We have a motion by Champion, seconded by O'Donnell, to defer this to the 16th of January. Now we can discuss it further if you wish, but my understanding is, and Bob, I guess I asked you if you wanted to go to the meeting after that. My feeling is that that date has been selected because we feel there may be a reasonable chance that we might have an agreement by that time.
Right.
Okay, and that's why we chose
fine. I have...
That'd certainly be the intention, I think, on both sides.
Right. Great.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any further discussion? All in favor of deferral?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Item G, consider resolution approving a preliminary plat of Prairie View Estates Part 4, a 30.86 acre, 21 lot residential subdivision located within Johnson County, north of I-80, east of Prairie du Chien Road.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by O'Donnell, seconded by Champion. Discussion.
In looking at the staff report, I had a question if the water treatment's been approved by the county health yet, and I couldn't quite tell. There were a couple letters.
Yes, we received a letter from Dan Kramer approving the well system.
And there was also concern about possibly drawing off water from the city's wells. That was, I think, a citizen lodged a possible
That is a concern that I think we have heard ever since the plant was planned north of Interstate 80. There's nothing at this point that shows that that is going to occur. We did at one point discuss with the county the possibility of doing a Silurian well or a Silurian aquifer study. The county declined at that time. I think this issue is something that we're going to see when the plant goes online, but there's no expectation that we're going to be drawing down the Silurian aquifer. But that's the issue that has been out there for some time.
So you anticipate maybe in a year or so that we might look at doing that study of the wells that the county declined to do with us, perhaps?
We've been ready.
That's correct.
Can we do it on our own? Is it worth something to do on our own? Or?
We did extensive pump tests. Council members remember, it's been 3 years ago, and we didn't have any appreciable change in the Silurian. That's only one of our sources of water, and clearly we have a responsibility that we can't draw it down to the point where those folks don't have available water. And I think you all recall that our collector well system has proven to be the one on the peninsula that's going to generate the most water for the plant anyway, and that has no bearing on what I understand this. Yeah.
Right.
There were several wells or sites you were testing back then.
Right.
Silurian, that's the one that's about 300 or 400 feet. Jordan, 1,500 feet. The collector wells are the ones along the edge of the river, and of course then the river supply. So we did extensive pump tests long before we ever began construction on the plant. We can certainly share that information with you if you like.
I think, Stephen, that comes up as an issue with people whenever we're looking at any development in that North Corridor area.
vice
It's,
versa.
it's just something that comes
Karen,
up
I think
as part of
vice versa, that
conversation.
there's also concerns that continuing development in North area may draw down, I mean, water is not owned by
Mhm.
those folks anymore, it's owned by us. It
Mhm.
cuts both ways.
Well, I just heard you say that there was a wish on the city to do another study, and the county didn't want to go along with that, and so I followed up, and you said there were studies, and now it sounds like you're saying there's no need for that study. So I'm just trying to clarify.
Oh.
You think there's a need for
I'd have to have
another
the study defined. I know we did pump tests,
Yeah, the tests that we did, I think, were mainly of the collector
because we had
well
to measure
sites.
the drawdown of the Silurian system when we were activating the wells that we put on the water plant site. Now, if it's a water quality study or something such as that, that's a different set of circumstances.
If I'm not,
We wanted to do something comprehensive with the county for that whole area, and they simply chose not to participate.
Those of you who are on JCCOG, if you want to raise that again, that would be a
Yes, I have
venue
that idea.
within which you could raise it.
That's a good forum.
Okay, I understand that at one point, there were a number of rather difficult septic tank problems. Have they all been solved in those lots?
In Prairie View Estates,
Right.
they're in the,
A couple of lots were listed as
having a problem with.
having a problem with
yes,
their...
they've been
Okay,
looked
so
at.
so
Yes,
everybody,
that's not a problem.
everybody has signed off for that?
Mhm. Yes,
Okay,
yes.
I knew that
That's the
was
health
out there and I
department.
didn't, okay.
Yeah, the letter from Dan addressed that also.
thank you, Karen. Other discussion? Roll call.
Lehman?
Yes.
O'Donnell?
Yes.
Cobb?
Yes.
Vanderhoff?
Yes.
Wilburn?
Yes.
Champion?
Yes.
Canner?
Yes.
Motion carries. Item H, consider resolution approving the preliminary plat and manufactured housing site plan of Saddlebrook Edition Part 2, a 201.2 acre, 6-lot residential subdivision at 290-lot manufactured housing site plan located at the southern terminus of Heinz Road. We've been asked to defer this to the 9th of January. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Vandeross, seconded by somebody. O'Donnell? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Item I, consider resolution approving the final plat and manufactured housing site plan of Saddlebrook Addition Part 2, a 77.65 acre, 5-lot subdivision located on Heinz Road. And again, been
Move
asked
to
to
defer.
defer to the 9th of
Second.
January. Moved by Vanderoff, seconded by Champion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Item 7 is the conveyance of the Englert Theater property to the Englert Civic Center Incorporated, an Iowa nonprofit corporation. This is a public hearing. Public hearing is open. Hi.
I'm Justine Zimmer. I'm president of the Englert Civic Theater Group, and I'd like to start out by saying thank you to everyone who has donated their time and money to this project. And I thought today on National Public Radio there was an interesting article on something I think is very appropriate for what we're dealing with here, and I'm going to read from the transcript of it briefly, and then I'll be gone. Harvard professor Robert Putnam once attracted a lot of attention with research suggesting that the country's civil, civic, and social fabric was fraying. So for 5 years, 30 public officials, professors, and community leaders have been considering ways to reverse that trend. Today in Washington, the Saguaro Seminar released a report titled Better Together, A Blueprint for Civic Renewal. Stephen Goldsmith, Chief Domestic Policy Advisor to President-elect George Bush, and Professor Putnam were co-chairs of the seminar. They came up with various solutions for how to address these problems, and one in particular was how can government set an example to deliver assistance in a way that strengthens civil engagement. And one of the solutions to that was that community arts programs have a powerful effect in building, bridging connections, linking people of different classes and different races, and so on. So the report calls for increases in funding for community arts programs. I would like to thank the City Council for having the foresight, the wisdom, and the generosity for helping us out with the Englert project and helping us build a stronger community. So thank you.
Well, it was easy to approve, and we had a group that did such a great job.
I guess for the information of, for those of the public who don't know, This provides for the Engler Theater Group to pay the city $100,000 down on the closing and $100,000 each on the first, second, and third years of the anniversary date of the closing. Further public discussion? Public hearing is closed. Do we have a motion? So moved.
Second.
Moved by O'Donnell, seconded by Wilburn. Discussion.
I think Justin said it just very well, that this is a project, though expensive, it is one that is going to create rewards for our entire city. I think it's something that our children and grandchildren will appreciate over the years, and I just hope that you folks will continue to stay with it for the next 25 years or more. Thank you very much.
I sure hope I can stick with it for 25 more.
Yeah,
Or five.
whatever. Or even
I'm not going to
five.
touch that one.
I'm going to Richard.
I should get 5 more. You know, once a building is gone, it's gone forever. And obviously, there's folks who take shots at the council, and certainly well-meaning folks who will disagree with what we're doing. But once that building is gone, it is gone forever. And I guess I, for one, am proud to be part of a council that I think is forward-thinking enough to see to it that building doesn't leave Iowa City. Further discussion?
Well, I was just going to point out that you did get was it a $500,000 grant? $100,000. Too bad it wasn't $500,000.
Yeah, that'd be good for us.
That's the next one. That's the next one. They're going for that one.
You know, maybe you could build a rainforest in Englert.
God,
You don't want to
Or
rain
maybe a
on their
parade.
parade. Yeah, this is just a wonderful project. There's like $7,000 or 8,000 contributors. Folks have done an incredible job. And I was in that theater when I was 4 and 5 years old, so it means something to me too.
Yeah,
Stephen.
I'm going to be voting yes for this, and I congratulate the group that's been working on this. I had some concerns originally, and that is why the first vote I voted no, not to give the money. I still have some of those concerns. I've talked to some of the board members, and some of those concerns remain, although I have faith and hope that the Englert group will continue to work on these. One of these concerns are the clause that no video presentations to the public are allowed in the Englert. And I hope that that will be negotiated away in some future date, because I think it's a great place to see movies. And Mike, I didn't go in there till I was 35, and I enjoyed it, even though it was split in half the first time I went in there. And I enjoyed seeing movies in there. And I also had some concerns about diversification of the board membership. And I think the group has worked on that, and I hope they continue to reach out into the community to recruit board members from all different areas and cultures, and so that it truly does become a community theater in that sense. And one positive thing also in terms of reaching out to diverse communities, I was glad to hear that there's plans to put an elevator in there, and I hope you follow through on that to make it accessible for people in wheelchairs and others that can't climb chairs, and I heard that that was a priority. So I hope you continue to move in those positive directions, and I do expect you'll be back here to ask for funds sometime in the future, and I hope you do, and I hope we'll have some good discussion on that. Thank you.
I don't share that feeling. I hope you don't come back.
Was that an invitation?
No. No. Other discussion?
Keep moving forward, and good luck with the New Year's Eve fundraiser.
Yes.
That the salsa band's going to do at Old Brick.
Let's vote on this.
Roll call.
O'Donnell?
Yes.
Bob?
Yes.
Vanderhoff?
Yes.
Wilburn?
Yes.
Champion?
Yes.
Canner?
Yes.
Lehman?
Yes. Motion carries.
Congratulations.
There's stopped thinking about it, that really is neat.
It is
I mean, for the number of folks in this community who cared enough to go out, and obviously, this is a project that's just started. I mean, I think from a lot of people's perspective, perhaps there was a deadline, you met the deadline, and the battle's won, but the battle's just started. So, wish you the very, very best. And except for money, whatever we can do to help you, feel free to ask.
Think big, Artie.
Thanks, Richard and group. Item 8, plan, specifications, form of contract, and estimate of cost for the construction of the City of Iowa City Cable TV Division Offices project, establishing the amount of bid security to accompany each bid, directing the city clerk to publish advertisement for bids, and fixing time and place for receipt of bids. This is a public hearing. Public hearing is open.
Doing some coffee.
Hi, I'm Greg Thompson. I had a letter in your packet for this meeting, and I wanted to point out to you that contrary to what my letter says, PATV is located at 623 South Dubuque Street, not Gilbert Street, as Renee just pointed out to me. I do know where it's at. I've been there quite a bit for the last 2 years. My term on the board just finished, but the new board has not chosen the new chair yet, so I wanted to come down to address some concerns I had about the pass-through funds that it's been proposed that the approximately $125,000 pass-through fund, joint facility money, would be used for the city channel space and the new parking ramp. And throughout my 3 years on the board, it was always understood that it was to be for a joint facility between PATV and the city channel. So I just wanted to urge you now that I understand they're requesting all of it that's currently accumulated in the fund to go towards their purchasing this space. And the ICTC, I believe, the Telecommunications Commission, has recommended that PATV would accumulate or receive what accumulates from this point on for the remaining years of the franchise. I think that money you get at the end of the franchise doesn't do you as much good, since we don't really know what's going to happen with the PATV after the current franchise expires. So I just wanted to urge you, as you decide how these funds will be dispersed, to keep in mind the original intent that they were to be shared. PATV is currently paying about $1,200 a month in rent, whereas we used to have a space in the library for free. That and the costs of entering the digital video age have been a big strain on the budget. So I just want to hope to urge you to remember PATV when you disperse these funds. Thank you.
Thank you. Other public discussion? Public hearing is closed. Do we have a resolution?
So move.
Moved by Vanderoff, seconded by O'Donnell. Discussion.
I have some concern also about the pass-through funds. I was looking at the Telecommunication Commission minutes from October 23rd that we got tonight at my request from yesterday, and there's a summary of discussion. Looks like this here. It's a 2-page piece. And there's a report by Dale Helling, our assistant city manager. And then there's some discussion by the commission and staff people. And we had one comment saying, we had one comment from a commissioner at the bottom, McCrae, saying that it appears that she would feel comfortable with giving the money for the new government channel facility. But then we have up above that comment from Smith. I'm not sure if that's a commission member, saying he has a concern that the pass-through funds dedicated to a new facility have been said to be for PATV as well, and there may be a perception that the city is taking all the funds. I was wondering, is there a possibility of, there's 125,000. If we split that and said that the commission would decide what to do with that other 60,000, and we would fund the deficit of 60,000 with a bond that would be paid back by future pass-through funds, which we would accumulate in 2 to 3 years at the rate of 25,000 a year.
Yes.
Well, either one of you folks.
I think the allocation of the funds is sort of, up to the commission and ultimately to the city council. So any of those things are possible. Certainly, the project that we're talking about, I think while the 125,000 we're talking about from the pass-through fund is only about less than 20% of the total cost of the project, it still is a significant amount. It would be possible. I think if you're going to do that, I would ask that you at least agree. First of all, ask the commission, what they would recommend, but at least agree that 125,000 of the total could come to the project. If that were the case, perhaps what is not funded with that 125,000 now, with the reserve that we have, could be done probably on an internal loan basis and then paid back with the future revenue of that 25,000 a year set aside. Just so that the main thing is that we can fund at least that portion with the $125,000 out of the total pass-through money over the 10 years.
But we have to remember, if we do fund from internal loans, we still pay back those with interest.
With interest.
So with that interest, the buying power of the pass-through funds decreases. So I'm sort of reluctant to look at it in that respect. Because of the buying power, it is a lot of money when we're buying something new like this space, but for the needs of all of the TVs, whether it be government or PATV, their need is not to eat up their dollars with interest, would be my thought on that.
At one time, I was under the impression that these were going to be a combination units. In other words, where they would work together and share space. Where did that disappear to?
That was the original concept for the set-aside. A couple of years ago, we looked at a property jointly with PATV, and we tried to sort out how it would meet our needs and considering the cost and what we would need to renovate and so forth. And I think two things came of that. Number one, it was clear that a property of that size we were looking for, about 4,000 square feet, was not sufficient to meet everybody's needs. And number two, that the cost of a facility to meet all those needs would be considerably more than the total resources we had. And certainly the 250,000 total would only fund a very small percentage of the total cost necessary to buy that kind of facility. So based on that, and I think everybody's understood that we've been looking for space to house the cable TV division, community programming, and we kind of looked at a number of spaces, but this is the first one that really met our needs in terms of having enough space for cable TV division, including the community programmer, good access to the senior center, especially with the walkway that will be there, so that SCTV folks can also share in that. And we're only about a block and a half from the library. So in terms of a joint facility, I think we've taken in a lot of things, but we didn't have sufficient space for PATV as well, nor does the funding that we have available allow us to do that. So given all that, I think that joint facility concept, at least for the time being, and certainly for the life of this franchise, is probably no longer realistic.
Well, is it my concept that it looks like PATV is gradually just being, their sustenance is gradually being taken away from them?
No, we have a contract with PATV for a specific amount of money that's passed that other than the funds that we're talking about, and we've had a contract with them for almost 10 years, and those funds are spelled out. So We have continually,
Getting the same percentage, is that what it is, or is it?
it was an amount, and it's increased by a cost of living factor tied to the consumer price index on an annual basis.
Well, how does that compare to the percentage of the pie, so to speak? As fees, as the funds are generated by the fees from the cable people, are they still getting relatively the same a percentage of this total fund?
Well, I haven't done an analysis of that. If you're asking, is that roughly the same increase that we're seeing in the franchise fee?
Right.
The franchise fee is based on subscribership, a percent of total revenues from the cable company. I suspect that although if you want this, we'll go back and calculate
I would
for you.
sure
I
like to.
suspect that the percentage increase in the franchise fee is probably more than the CPI, or it has been at least in some years. I'm not sure that's the case in all of the years.
I think, if I'm not, and correct me if I'm wrong, Urban, but I think the question is PATV still receiving approximately the same
percentage
piece of the pie as they have in the past?
If it's percentage of total revenues to the whole cable operation, I can't tell you that. What I can tell you is that the amount that was agreed upon when PATV went into operation has been increased each year by the escalation factor that was factored in the beginning.
But also, their circumstances have changed because they had a rent-free facility for a number of years, right? So their situation has changed drastically, and the funds to support them have basically just kind of held fast, but the expenses have gone way up for them.
Generally, I can't tell you exactly what their expenses have done, but yes, they have to pay rent now where they didn't have to for a while. There was an in-kind trade-off with the library where they were housed in the library and they did some production for the library. That's correct.
Is that something that we can find more information out if you don't have those numbers at your fingertips?
We are preparing a response to the memoranda that you received both from Renee and from Greg.
Okay.
However, I would ask that you not tie that to this particular project unless you're telling us, that you want a joint facility and nothing else, or that you don't want to allocate any of those funds for this purpose. If you're telling us that,
But if we approve it this way, is the negotiation over?
well, if you approve it this way, I'm assuming that means that in some fashion, the other half of that $250,000 would still be available for allocation sometime in the future.
But I mean, at the present time, it takes that money off the table. Is that right?
It takes off $125,000 of the $250,000 from the pass-through that would be set aside over the full 10-year period.
So their position is jeopardized or put aside they're at a disadvantage over the other operations.
But these dollars,
Well, I wouldn't-
Urban,
I don't see it.
were set aside for facilities, as I understand it, not for operating costs. And I think what you're trying to tie this together is with operating costs that they have incurred now because they don't have a rent-free situation. But these dollars weren't for operating costs anyway.
Right, but if you find a place for them, the operating costs would go down considerably. They give their budget a heck of a boost if they had a place to go. See, so in essence, it is for facilities.
Dale, Dee, I think my concern, first off, I think that the majority here will vote to give the space to the city channel, the new city channel. The concern is that if we don't give an indication that we'd like to give some more thought to that half of that $125,000 that's been accumulated, that's not quite fair, especially since we have a memo from Dale from June 5th in 1998 that outlines the city position of $25,000 a year being reserved for partial funding of a proposed joint programming facility, which would provide space for the city cable division and the public access center. So even though it's not a written contract, I think there's an assumption that there will be some money for space for this from this pass-through fund. And I think it's that half of that 125,000, especially that we should, first step would be maybe to throw it back to the commission, because I don't think we had a clear voice from them in a formal vote recommending or not recommending what to do with this $125,000. I think it's only fair that we have some further discussion with the commission involved in that discussion, and PATV and the City Channel and other players involved.
Gail, correct me if I'm wrong. I understood this fund was set aside for purchase of, not for operating.
That's correct. We assumed at the time, and our hope was, just like it's our hope that we could find a joint facility that everybody could be housed in, we assumed that it would be for the purchase of a facility, somehow placed in equity so that it would be available as we're talking about now. That's one of the reasons why we want to purchase this space, because the city will hold that in equity. And we wanted to do that rather than lease space. And obviously this is part of it. I have no problem, obviously, with looking at how the other half of that money will be expended either now or later. I think that's in the purview of the commission and the council. My concern is that we don't delay this project until those decisions are made, and perhaps our response to the memoranda that you received from Renee Payne and from Greg Thompson will help you and help the commission in that discussion.
What I see in this vein is that this is an opportunity right now. There is a space that meets the needs of city government TV. So this is the time to spend the dollars. And I would say I would consider if PATV puts together a package to buy a space and it comes out before the full 10 years and the full share for them is available, that then we could think about borrowing whatever was needed to pay them in front. But put together a package at least for purchasing of a space, and we'll work with you at that time. But I don't think we can pass up this opportunity at this time.
Well,
other discussion?
I believe not pass up the opportunity, but I think whether we're going to allocate all those funds to that when they were really basically promised to be a portion to the PATV also.
But what I'm saying, Urban, is that if we allocate all of them right now to this opportunity, and we think about it, if they come and need those funds for purchase of a property before the end of the 10 years and their accumulation of the pass-through money there, then that's when we would look at borrowing from in-house whatever we needed to make up their 125 at that time. But they haven't put together any kind of a project yet for purchase, and I do not see this money ever to be used for operating. I see it for a permanent facility.
But will the funds be split at the time with interest, like, will they get interest?
What I'm trying to say is we'll save interest. We won't be paying any interest on this at this point for our project, and when they get ready to do theirs, if it happens before the end of the 10-year lease, then we can look about borrowing at that time so that there would be a whole lot less interest and more money for the projects.
But so you're saying that you're willing to go along to preserve their percentage of the equity that's there that will go to them?
That's in the contract.
Everybody agree to that?
This has no effect whatsoever on the contract with PATV.
But what about the 200?
Pass-through dollars.
Yeah, what about these dollars that are going to go for this?
Well,
they were supposed to be a joint. Now they're out in the cold.
No, they're not.
No, they're not. That's not what you're saying at all.
We're proposing to use, over 10 years, that would bring in, that would be $250,000. We're proposing to use 125, which we came up with that figure because that's the amount we've accumulated to date.
Okay, but at the same time, how much is their rent going to be over that period of time because they don't have a home?
That's not a capital project.
All right.
That is operating.
But you're taking the funds that is their portion, as I understand, maybe I'm wrong, is that you're taking their portion and you using it to the other facilities, and so that those funds disappear and they never get access to them.
No, they're not disappearing.
That's not true.
That's not what Dee is saying, is that we'll use the money that we have now to get an interest, to buy this facility interest-free. if PATV comes to us with a plan, with a possible purchase, that then we would talk about borrowing their portion of the money. They're not taking money away.
So that money is still in their account, it's being
No.
temporarily used this way?
It's
They
going to
will
be,
have the 125 at the end of the 10 years.
Is that?
Well, no, I don't think there's a guarantee
The
that
250.
they'll have the 125,000 at the other 5 years by any means, unless we put it in writing right now.
there's no guarantee
I would
anything.
like to hear, perhaps from Greg, since you spoke, or if anyone else wants to speak from PATV, if you do have plans for purchasing a building, perhaps, and that there is something that could be negotiated with the future pass-through funds.
I guess the one thing that strikes me about this, 2 years ago when PATV was searching for a new facility, there was an active attempt then to involve the city channel, the government channel, for a joint facility. Now it seems to me that the city channel has sort of taken a separate course. We knew they were looking for a place in the parking ramp, but the concept of taking the joint facility money solely for the city channel came as a disappointing surprise, a shock to the staff and the board at PATV. And my observation is that there really seems to be a lack of cooperation or a lack of inclusiveness. Perhaps they should have come to PATV and said, we would like to use this for our purposes, but such a discussion never happened. I think there seems to be some kind of a lack of cooperation there for.
Is my concern valid, or am I wrong here?
I understand the facility money is meant for purchase of a facility. You would not like to see it go for rent where it's gone. I understand that concern. The rent is paid out of PATV's money. There's approximately $168,000 a year that comes to PATV from AT&T through the city. So the rent is paid out of that, if you're wondering about that. And that goes up maybe $1,000 or $2 each year. A few years ago, it was like $162,000. Now it's close to $170,000, I believe.
At this point, we don't know if the share percentage of the pie that previously went to PATV is still going there. Is that we don't know that, right?
No, but we do have a contract that we know we are honoring the contract as it was written.
Well, but are we honoring the contract if we take the half that the money that was supposed to help them purchase a facility, use it for something else, and say you're on your own?
I doubt that that's part of the contract.
In simple form, this is what it looks like it's appearing to me. I don't know if that's right.
The pass-through money is 50 cents per subscriber per month, and it was agreed at the time that it was initiated with the renewal of the franchise agreement to set aside $25,000 a year that hopefully would help fund a joint facility. At that time, we felt that that would be sufficient, that probably we could do something with that in terms of a joint facility. What we learned is that that's not sufficient, and even with the other money that we have that I've outlined to put in this project that doesn't come from the pass-through, that is basically franchise fee money and money that we received from TCI when we renewed the franchise agreement, all that together, it certainly doesn't appear would be sufficient to fund a joint facility based on the needs that we identified when we were working with PATV a couple years ago and looking to try to see if we could make that work. That's the time when we decided that because of the space constraints and so forth upstairs for the cable division, that we needed to be looking for space independently. And I think that's been known by everybody for quite some time that we've been exploring that.
I'm not opposed to separate if that's the only thing you can do, but I am opposed to seeing the percentage of the funds that were supposedly set aside for PATV being just gobbled up and shifted over to the other.
They weren't set aside for PATV.
Right.
They were set aside for a facility.
But they're out in the cold. They're not invited into this facility.
That's correct. This will not be a joint facility. Right. That's correct.
They're out in the cold.
All right, Renee, you have a few
Could
words
I
to
just
add
make
to
a
this?
quick comment? I'm Renee Payne, Director of Public Access Television, and I guess I'd like the council to just consider the intent of the pass-through fees are primarily for the viewer. And the idea was that part of the pass-through money would be set aside for a joint facility, and this is to accommodate the viewers and the people of Iowa City to make access more dynamic and cohesive. And I think that, I understand that the city cable division needs to move out of their space, but the idea for the money was a joint, combined, unified vision for access so that it was more understandable and we could do more with shared resources. And I'm just a little bit disappointed that this money now is going towards one of the entities and it's not following that vision that was originally intended for the viewer, actually. And I just hope that people keep that in mind. And what I would really encourage the council to do is send this back to the commission, because as Stephen pointed out, there was no definite resolution by the commission or recommendation by the commission, as far as I can tell from the minutes, that they are the ones who recommend decisions about the pass-through money to the council with input from the other access entities. And I would encourage the council to send it back to the commission and have input from the other access groups saying, what is this vision? If we want to use some of that money for a facility for the city cable division, that's fine, but can we revisit it and figure out what would be a fair way that we could all share in it? And the city cable division could have maybe some of it, but the others could also realize some of it also.
Renee, the commission is aware of this recommendation, is that correct?
Mm-hmm. Betty? Are you, as the chair of the commission, aware of the recommendation by the commission to the council to go ahead and dedicate that $125,000 to this project?
She's come to
Betty, you need to speak in the microphone if you do, please.
I'm Betty McCrae, and I'm the chair of the Cable Commission for the city. As I recall the October meeting, we were reviewing the discussion of the total plan of the city. We did not zero in and discuss the disposition of the accumulated funds. They were listed as one of the possible sources of funds, but we were not asked to make a recommendation about the dispersal and use of those funds. We would be glad to consider it and make a recommendation, but if that's the wish of the council.
Okay, what's council wish to do? I think we're getting nowhere on this.
Well, if the commission is supposed to make the recommendation, and they haven't, I think that for the funding part, that should go back to the commission. Now, I understand that won't stop the other project from going forward. Is that correct?
Well, I'm not sure that's true at all.
I'd like to offer an amendment along those lines, Ernie, that we agree with the proposed funding as outlined in Dale's memo, except that $62,500, one half of the accumulated pass-through funds, that amount will be reviewed at our January 16th meeting after recommendation from the commission, the Telecommunications Commission.
We have a amendment. Is there a second?
I would second that.
Moved by Cantor, seconded by Fobb. Discussion of the amendment. That, in effect, cuts in half the amount of money that would have been allocated to this project. Discussion?
No,
Good
not
question.
in half.
Well, it does, too. From 125,000 to 62.5, that's
No, the
half.
total amount of the project is $710,000.
The amount of money we're talking about is $125,000, and you say
No, I'm
that's a
saying
half.
that the proposed amount, $710,000, be accepted when we vote for this approving of plans for the constructions of the city cable offices, but that $62,500 of that, which is 1/2 of the pass-through funds, be the source of those funds be decided on at our January 16th meeting.
Okay. I'm sorry,
Go ahead.
Eleanor?
Well, I'm not clear here as to whether this project can proceed without the funding as Dale has outlined. And the amendment to, we're talking about a financing amendment to a resolution approving plans and specs. And I'm not sure those two are jiving. So Dale, and Steve, I think unless this project can proceed with the change in the understanding about funding, then we cannot proceed with the resolution.
That's right.
Well,
Dale?
I just need some clarification. You're proposing to allocate now in cash $62,500?
That's the amendment.
The amendment, correct. Would there be another $62,500 plus interest from the income to come in the next 5 years that could apply to that, so we can do an internal loan so that we have our $125,000?
I don't have no problem with that.
That's my
The
question.
proposal that I'm making is that we will fund the entire amount that you're proposing, but that of that amount, $62,500, we will make a decision of where that money will be coming from at our January 16th meeting.
After
Now,
recommendation from the commission.
yes, and we can decide at that time that we want to use some other source of funding or to use that funding that comes from the pass-through funds.
Eleanor?
I don't believe it's an amendment to the resolution approving plans and specs. I think what it is a direction to staff to examine a way of funding this project other than using the entire lump, the entire $125,000 of pass-through funds.
Attorney, I think
Eleanor's exactly right. Now, the discussion relative to what the split is and whatever is irrelevant to what we're talking about. These are plans and specifications.
As long as with that hanging out there about the specific funding, that doesn't change the ability to proceed with the project, you can proceed with this resolution.
That was my point. I think from what I can gather, this council does not have the approval to put all of that in, because that approval of that, a split of that fund should go to the telecommunications communication, which has not made a ruling on that.
First of all, the money has not been earmarked for anything, okay?
Well,
what we're suggesting is that...
joint facilities.
Well, but it has not been, it was set aside with that concept in mind. It has not specifically been allocated for that purpose by anyone.
Well, if you don't, then you avoid the spirit of the way it was set up, right?
Well, again, we're talking about the plans and specifications.
Right, I have no problem.
Now, wait. When the time comes, if we're going out for bids. Is that what we're trying to do?
Right.
That's when the bids come in, that's the time we're going to discuss whether we're going to fund that by using the pass-through funds in the totality of $125,000, any portion of that, or borrow internally, or however we choose to do it. The decision now is whether or not we want to go out with plans and specifications for, and I guess the real question here is are we going to approve a separate facility? That's what we're asking for. We're going to fund a facility for the government channel.
And Mike just reminded me that the commission will not meet, they don't have another regular meeting scheduled until the fourth Monday in January. We are proposing that we take bids on, I believe, January or 15th or 16th and award this contract, so.
But in the meantime, the staff and other people involved should try to figure out some kind of a resolution. I have no problem with that, and not to say, well, we got the bid here, now what are we going to do? Now, that's my part of the money.
I think if
the
you're
bid
not
comes, I want something to discuss before that.
I think we have to be committed to fund this project, or we don't go out to bid.
Right, but not from the 62,000 portion of that.
Mr. Mayor, I think you can go ahead and vote on the motion that's on the floor.
We have an amendment to that.
Or a motion to amend,
All
which
right.
is on the floor.
Let's vote on the amendment, which would be to divide the funding in half. All those in favor of the amendment as presented, say aye.
Not the funding in half. The funding is to stay the same.
The funding from the pass-through, half of it for the government channel, other half being reserved for...
No, that is not the amendment,
I'm sorry.
Bernie. The amendment is that the proposed funding will stay the same as outlined in Dale's memo, and that the council will consider, after recommendation from the Telecommunications Committee, where $62,500 of that total $710,000 will come from.
Can I just clarify something?
not sure
The
that
motion,
says anything.
the motion doesn't say anything about how it's going to be paid for. The original motion, so I don't think you can make an amendment to it. The motion, the memo is what talks about the money. I agree with you. We need to look into how it's going to be financed. But I think you should withdraw your motion because it's irrelevant to the motion that's on the floor. Your amendment, I mean, what'd you call it?
Amendment.
Your amendment is irrelevant to the motion. The motion has nothing to do with finances.
Two things, Connie. I would be willing to do that if we took a straw poll and to see where people came down on it. And the second thing is, I think the reality is that when projects are brought before us, we have an informal sense of where the funding will come from. And those things become the status quo. And so I think if we approve something, that becomes what happens, and it's very hard to change that course. So if there's a straw poll that says we'd be willing to discuss the $62,500 at the first meeting after the Telecommunication Commission considers that, I would withdraw the amendment.
I'm willing to say I'm willing to discuss the financing. That's what I'm willing to say.
At a formal meeting that we
Well, I would
bring it up
probably
as
do it
a
at a work
motion.
session.
Well, excuse me for just a moment, but Dale, isn't the financing of this going to have to be discussed anyway when the bid comes in?
Well, we're hoping the bid will come in within the $110,000 that we've outlined. So we would assume that the financing is in place as long as we don't have to look beyond that $710,000. But in terms of this issue, you
know what
can...
we're voting on.
We're
We're voting on
plans
the,
and specifications.
we're voting
I agree
on
with
Stevens'
Connie.
amendment now.
And
But implied in that is that's where the funds are coming.
All right.
Bernie,
Please,
let me take a
somebody
run
help
at
me.
this. Okay. This is a public hearing on plans and specs.
Right,
what it's
but
gonna
we have an
be.
amendment that I'm trying to deal with.
Can I finish? And then you
Please.
can tell me that I don't know what I'm talking about?
We probably have to
I
take
wouldn't know.
But let me just try this. Plans and specs, form of contract, and estimate of cost. That's what you're voting on tonight, which is an authorization by you to tell Dale to go out and bid this project.
Right.
Bid it. That's all you've done, is that you've said this is okay to go to bid.
All right, how do I handle the amendment?
Not there yet.
Oh,
Okay.
thank you.
We go out to bid, and we will then know exactly what the cost is going to be for this project, because you will make your decision based upon the estimate of cost and what the actual bid is. At the time you award that contract or that bid, you have, in effect, obligated the city. It's at that point that you would look to Dale and I to say, monies are in place to pay this bill. We okay so far? Okay.
She'll have an answer I'm looking for,
Now, I'm
but
on
keep
my way.
going.
Now, of the monies that are estimated for your, as a budget, to be in place, is $125,000 of pass-through funds. You need the full amount to cover the cost estimate for this project. It has been proposed that half of that 125, or 62.5, possibly come from some other source.
That's the amendment.
Right. The way I understand this, you may vote this up, go to bid, you could actually even award the bid, but provide us direction that the budget needs to be amended in some fashion. That is a majority of you. It could be 62, it could be almost any number you want, but we have to come up with the full amount to cover the cost of the bid. That discussion is to occur at another meeting. That's what I understood what Stephen was proposing. Did I do okay?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay,
And
that's
I
a
have
long
one-
amendment, but we're going to vote on it. What?
I have one other comment, but in the meantime, we're going to work on figuring out where the funds are coming from, right?
We'll wait
Well,
and see if the
we-
amendment passes.
Well,
No,
Betty and the commission will have to discuss that matter. Dale will provide them that, staff that particular issue. But the bottom line is, you will have to vote on that budget.
Right.
That these are the sources, and you may, as a majority, say, we're going to go with the full 125, we're going to go with the 62, or some combination.
Okay.
We can provide that information.
Okay, that's, yeah, but in other words, we'll get started
But
on it.
my understanding is, we'd like to get this project underway, off your agenda, out to bid, back to you, and when it comes back to you, you have the ability to obligate the city. You also have the ability to change that budget at any time you want. In this case, are we okay?
We're going
So,
to vote on the
wait-
amendment,
wait a minute.
folks. What?
So with that understanding, is the motion withdrawn?
No, I'd like,
Because I don't think, I think technically it's not germane.
I don't think it's
to a
relevant.
resolution
We're going to
approving
vote on it
plans and
anyway.
specs.
All in favor of the amendment,
ahead and
say
vote on
aye.
it.
aye.
All opposed, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
The amendment is defeated.
Is that 2 to 5?
It is two,
Who's 2 to
Tell us
5?
who-
did you
Four,
vote?
three.
3 to 4.
Okay.
Ross, Cantor, and Bob voting in the affirmative.
Now, with that vote, we are now going to proceed.
On the plan specifications that
Form
we
a
started on.
contract. We're going to go out to bid.
Not
We're-
yet,
If
we
we
haven't
pass
voted
it-
on that
If they
yet.
pass it, it will then come back to you.
And we can decide on
And you will
finance.
award the contract right now under the current funding. You didn't change anything on a 4-3 vote.
All right.
All right.
And
Let's do a, I'm sorry.
And I'll go ahead and support this because I want to see, discussions about joint facility, this is one of those times I can say preceded me. But I think the opportunity to have the location, proximity to the senior center, senior TV, I think that is something that's appealing to me. If your experience was not a cooperative one from your point of view, that's unfortunate, and I apologize, but I'll support this and be willing to hear what the finances are later.
Well, I'm going to support it too, but I personally, I think it'd been nice to have a big joint facility, but I would think that PATV would not want to be, I think you'd like being in your own place. But maybe, I am interested in how
It's
gonna
just
be
the
funded.
fact that you have to give up the joint facility, you end up with a lot more purchase of equipment because you can't use the same facility by different people. But I mean, no, all I'm concerned is that that PATV doesn't be treated like a stepchild and kicked out. After their agreement was it was going to be a joint facility. So with that, I have no more to say.
I'm going to like to give everybody an opportunity to support or not support this with a roll call.
Wilburn,
Yes.
Champion,
Yes.
Cantor,
Yes.
Lehman,
Yes.
O'Donnell,
Yes.
Bob,
Yes.
Vanderhoff.
Yes.
After all of that,
45
all of that, it passes. Thank you. We're going to take a break. Thank you.
45 minutes.
Well, you know what?
The mayor spoke on it.
I think, though, that you need to be very careful in,
That was the call of the chair.
That's, happy holidays.
Let's not spend another 45.
Okay, guys, let's get started.
That's what I'm asking, though, it's difficult the way we have here.
Let's start.
you'd have to,
Connie's still smoking.
no, yeah.
Oops, she's here.
Item number 9, plan, specification, form of contract, and estimate of cost for the construction of the Highway 6 Corridor Improvements Project, and directing city clerk to publish advertisement for bids. This is a public hearing. Public hearing is open. Public hearing is closed. Do we have a resolution?
So moved. Second.
Moved by O'Donnell, seconded by Wilburn. Discussion?
Yes, I had asked last night about this project and whether we're in 2 phases or 3 phases.
We're in at least 2 phases. Did y'all get your visual aid
Yes.
today?
Yes, we
Thank
did.
you.
Yes.
Okay,
Appreciate
good.
that.
Can you show that again? What are we looking for?
Okay.
It's
It's on your
11
desk
and a half by
tonight.
17 sheet, and it's got some yellow and red lines on it.
We're way ahead of the game.
What's represented here in yellow is
This
the
is the
storm sewer
progressive end.
component
It is.
of the work, and that's what the project is in front of you tonight, is the storm sewer only. We'll follow up next year with a trail and perhaps some landscaping that'll go from the Owl River Corridor Trail east past Broadway and tie into the sidewalk on Hollywood. And depending how things go, we may be able to extend it all the way to Sycamore Street, but there's some real challenges physically in that stretch. And then subsequent to that, we're in some discussions with the Department of Transportation about the roadway itself. And we may work with them to do some minor improvements, such as an asphalt overlay or diamond grinding, such as on the agenda tonight along Rochester Avenue, all the way up to like a full urbanization of that corridor, which would include curbs and gutters and filling in that depressed median in the middle, or it could come down at any point in between. But that's a very expensive project. And as I said, we're just now discussing it with the DOT and how to proceed from here and who would share in the cost of that.
So you're thinking about that in terms of going from Hollywood Boulevard all the way to Scott?
That could go from Riverside Drive all the way to Scott. That would be the largest extent that we would expect that to occur.
But the second or third phase, whichever you want to call it.
Right.
The trail would be the second phase.
Yes, the trail would be the second
From the
phase.
river to Hollywood.
Mhm.
And then the third phase would be what we can work out with DOT.
Right. And let me revise the eastern limit of that, probably be Lakeside at the end of the divided 4 lanes. It wouldn't go all the way to
Maybe
Scott.
it's time to talk about going 4 lanes to Scott.
Yes, that's
That I
starting to
would
be
really
talked about as
appreciate,
well.
and I think it's one of the forward-looking kinds of things that we ought to be talking to them about now.
Yeah. The DOT has expressed some interest in partnering with us on that project in a similar manner that's on the agenda tonight for the Dodge Street corridor up at the north end of town.
I would follow up on Dee's question. By doing this, is this helping if you go to 4-lane all the way to Scott, or is this a intermediate thing that's just going to waste funds to do it?
No, the project in front of you tonight is the storm sewer component that goes from the river to Broadway. And that project can stand on its own forever, or it can serve as a storm sewer that would support the urbanization of that corridor as well. So it's a step that would have to occur before we urbanize the corridor.
So it is not money that would be wasted if you went to a more elaborate plan?
That's correct.
Okay, fine.
There's no throwaway costs here.
Okay.
Other discussion?
Ernie?
Yes.
Rick, could you, just for the public consumption, describe the project, what they're likely to see when it's finished, what's there now, what they're going to see when it's finished?
Sure.
Okay.
Along the south side of the corridor in there, all the way from the river to Broadway Street, there's an open ditch. And it carries a tremendous amount of water when it's raining, and not only water from south of Highway 6, but it carries water from north of Highway 6 that crosses over in a couple places. And we'll be putting in a combination of 2 storm sewer systems, which is cheaper than one big one. And that's going to allow us to enclose that ditch and then put grass in there and provide an opportunity to put the trail over it later, and perhaps complete some landscaping on that side that would complement the landscaping that Project Green did 30-some years ago on the north side.
Does that allow laying any other facilities that, communications, water mains, or anything else?
There's already water main and fiber optics in that corridor, and we'll be crossing some sanitary sewers. Some of the fiber optics have already been relocated in anticipation of this work.
So as far as any other future needs, they've been looked at and taken care of?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't know if you're the person to answer this, or perhaps Steve. How does this fit in with the proposal by the owners of the shopping mall where Kmart is to cross there, and also the proposal perhaps from Broadway Improvement Group to have a crossing across Highway 6? Right now it's looking like some sort of stoplight or some sort of walk.
This is compatible with that. The storm sewer is sized for that to occur, and it's also will be built to a strength that you can put a road over it at that location.
Are we paying extra because of that, or is the owner of that property paying at all for that? Because there was talk that they would bear the cost of that drive into their into the whole lot.
No, there's no additional cost, because as it works out, the Class 3 reinforced concrete pipe that's used elsewhere is adequate to carry the wheel loads in there. So we're not going to any extraordinary expense to accommodate that future use.
So you're saying it's strong enough that it could be a cross driveway any place along the line because the pipe itself is strong enough?
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you, Rick.
Thank you.
Other discussion? Roll call.
Vanderhoff?
Yes.
Wilburn?
Yes.
Champion?
Yes.
Canner?
Yes.
Lehman?
Yes.
O'Donnell?
Yes.
Bob?
Yes.
Motion carries. Item 10, decision's intent to proceed with and authorizing the acquisition of property rights for the Court Hill Trunk Sewer Sanitary Sewer Project. This is a public hearing. Hearing is open. Hearing is closed. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by O'Donnell, seconded by Fobb. Discussion.
I would like to know whether we are buying right-of-way large enough for the trail that follows this sewer line.
No, we're not. We've had a pre-design for this meeting for this project with the neighborhood, and we discussed the possibility of putting the trail over the sewer route, and there was not good support for that in the neighborhood. So we worked with the planning department on the trail routes, and there are alternatives along the street through that area. As a part of this project, we would probably take the trail south across the creek at the end of Beach Street, and then along the creek to Scott Boulevard. So a component of the trail will be built with this project, but not over its entire length, just the eastern portion.
But to answer Dee's question, that was obviously researched and decision was made to do that.
Right. There was really no interest amongst the neighborhood of seeing that happen in there.
Rick, why don't you take, again, a minute. Pre-design process is something that Rick undertakes in meeting with the neighbors before we bring these projects to you.
Sure. What we do is we contact all the property owners along there, and we usually get together at a school in the neighborhood and talk about why the project's being proposed, what our goals are out of it, and we listen to what their goals are, what they'd like to see out of the project, what their concerns are, and we also take that opportunity to share kind of what to expect during construction, because that can be quite a shock as well. And for this particular project, we had good turnout, even though it was kind of a nasty evening. We had good turnout and a lot of good input.
Okay. Thank you. Other discussion? Roll call.
Champion?
Yes.
Canner?
Yes.
Lehman?
Yes.
O'Donnell?
Yes.
Bob?
Yes.
Vanderhoff?
Yes.
Wilburn?
Yes.
Motion carries. Item 11, consider an ordinance amending Title 6, Chapter 1, nuisances of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Iowa City by adding standards and procedures for registration and regulation of abandoned/vacant buildings. This is pass and adopt.
Move to adopt.
Second.
By Vandeross, seconded by Fobb. Discussion. Roll call.
Cantor,
Yes.
Lehman,
Yes.
O'Donnell,
Yes.
Cobb,
Yes.
Vanderhoff,
Yes.
Wilburn,
Yes.
Champion.
Yes.
Item 12, we will excuse you, Mr. Vanderoff. Consider a resolution, Dee Vanderoff has a conflict, which is
Yeah, it
why
needs
she
to be stated.
is leaving. It isn't that we don't like her.
I have a conflict of interest, and I'll be leaving.
Great. Thank you. Consider a resolution awarding contract and authorizing the mayor to sign and the city clerk to attest a contract for construction of the Iowa Avenue Streetscape Phase 2 project. We received 3 bids. We have a memorandum recommending that we accept the bid from All American Concrete. I would like a motion to that effect, and then I would like Rick to explain to us why that recommendation is there. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Bob, seconded by Champion. Rick, would you please explain this?
Sure. As you see, we've got 3 bids here, and the lowest bid, based on the information that they submitted with the bid, is proposing to sub out about 60% of the work that will occur. A condition of the award of this contract is that the prime contractor perform at least 50% of the work themselves. That's standard in most of our contracts, and it's standard in most DOT contracts as well. The reason that is so important, particularly on this project, is that most of the problems that occur during construction are coordination problems and administration problems that occur between subcontractors and the prime and the sub. And we think that's particularly important here, so we'd recommend award to the next low bidder that does meet that requirement.
I would make a comment. I certainly have watched the All-American Concrete people do their work, and I just think it's really great to watch the kind of work they do and the workmanship. I've always been pleased. I checked a lot of times. I'd be walking around when they were doing their work. Just great work.
We continue to get good feedback on their work.
Yeah.
All right. Be
Notwithstanding.
that as it may, Peterson may do just as good a work, but Eleanor, I think we need
Yeah, I
to
think
know
that
the
needs to
legal
be
basis
clear
for
there.
This has nothing
that
to do
Right.
with
The award
quality of
is
the work.
not being made because we've been happy with All
Right.
Americans' work in the past. As I think you know, the state law requires that the award be made to the lowest responsible bidder. The Peterson contractors did not meet the specifications. This particular specification, I think, is particularly tied to responsibility. So I think Rick's recommendation is sound.
I didn't mean that as a way to work.
I know you didn't,
No, I know
Irvin.
that.
I just wanted to
I just-
clarify
I was
that for
just
the
a
record.
public comment because, anyway.
Rick, before you
Go ahead.
go, can you spell out what the improvements are going to be in Phase 2 on the Iowa Avenue streetscape?
Sure. It'll include removing virtually all the pavement and sidewalks from building face to building face. In the 200 block, which is the middle block of that corridor, it'll go back as concrete pavement. There'll be a wider sidewalk than currently exists, and there'll be streetscape improvements. In the 100 block, that's the block adjacent to the Pentecrest, the paving's going to be decorative brick. And the
It's gonna be
sidewalks-
what?
Decorative brick.
Okay, okay.
Sidewalks will also be wider.
I just didn't hear what you said.
you know, with similar streetscape improvements.
And benches, is that part of it?
Yes,
Or
there'll
is that
be
a separate
benches,
bid?
bike racks, lighting, trees, the whole works.
To match the rest of the scheme throughout the
Right.
downtown area.
The concept will be virtually identical to what is already started in the 300 block that you approved the construction of this last summer.
But nothing with Little Red Roof.
No.
Okay,
There are
good.
This is really a project that's done in cooperation with the University of Iowa, too, when it came to
Yes, it
design and whatever, and they are also helping to fund this.
Correct. Yep.
Other discussion?
I want to follow up on Urban's questions. There are no kiosks here, but there are some posting pillars.
As long as they're not kiosks, because they just didn't quite make the grade.
And there's still going to be some buildings that there'll be steps that people will have to get into. Trying to think in that block, are there numerous steps.
That's right, there's the Brugers.
Brugers.
There'll still be some steps going in there. Dulcinea has got a back door that's got steps going up. We're unable to adjust the street grade enough to accommodate matching the thresholds. But in the 100 block, are we getting them all, Kim? Or just about all of the doors will be accessible, ADA accessible.
Good, thank you.
Other discussion? Roll call.
Canner,
Yes.
Lehman,
Yes.
O'Donnell.
Yes.
Bob,
Yes.
Wilburn,
Yes.
Champion.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0 with Vanderhoff abstaining. Item 13, consider a resolution awarding contract and authorizing the mayor to sign and city clerk to attest a contract for the construction of Rochester Avenue PCC pavement rehabilitation project. Received 3 bids. The low bid was Cedar Falls Construction Company from Cedar Falls, $199,805. The engineer's estimate was $275,000. Public Works recommends the awarding of contract to Cedar Falls Construction Company.
Move the resolution.
Second.
Moved by Fobb, seconded by Champion. Discussion? Roll call.
Lehman,
Yes.
O'Donnell.
Yes.
Bob,
Yes.
Vanderhoff,
Yes.
Wilburn,
Yes.
Champion.
Yes.
Canner.
Yes.
Item 14 is consider a resolution, and we got a new resolution in the packet tonight.
Oh, we did. I thought we were going to refuse this. We get a new...
Well, there we go. Consider a resolution rejecting bids received on September 15, 2000 for the Transit Interchange Project Phase 2. The engineer's estimate was $120,000 out of 5 or 6 bids. The low one was $171,000, which is significantly greater than our estimate. So the resolution is one to reject.
I move the resolution.
Moved by Fobb,
Second.
seconded by Champion to reject the bids. Discussion?
Mr. Mayor, we do have a, down from one of the engineering companies here tonight. You had asked me about discussion about this last night, and I see my note here. I didn't have the note in front of me. The reason given last night for the rejection was that the bids were too high. If we can extend the time frame, we can save some money. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay, so...
Rick can answer it specifically.
Okay,
No?
great.
Thank you. I'll do it.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did I miss something?
Last evening, when I recommended the rejection, it's with the understanding that we are going to rebid it.
Oh, yes,
And
yes,
rather than a
yes.
60-day construction period, it will be probably more like 90 days or something thereabouts. We still figure we can get it done promptly.
Okay.
Will we have to close the Washington Street for traffic on one side or both?
What do you think? We'd have to close it?
Probably not.
I would think not. I mean, there may be temporary closings, but I thought most of that was accommodated at the time when they did all the plat work. So anything that had to be, I mean, sewer and water and so forth.
And what's a rough estimate of the anticipated bid date?
You're making an engineer out of me yet, aren't you? If we have it on the 9th, go ahead.
They're still working out the details for that. I don't know if it's going to be ready the 9th. It'll be the
How about
9th or
the
the 16th.
If
The 9th or the 16th, it'll be back, so we'll be bidding
So
probably
we'd be bidding early
February.
February, award in February.
It may be mid to latter February awarding,
Okay.
yeah.
I mean, they're going to have to look at when the bidding will be best.
Yeah,
and
we're
that
not-
kind of
that's
stuff.
why we didn't
So
put in the resolution
That's why
it's
it's
not
not going back out to bid right away.
Well, weather can certainly have a factor
Right.
there. Other
But I think
discussion?
to answer that gentleman's question, the intent is to go back out to bid.
Right.
Yeah.
soon.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so I apologize for the misinformation. All right. Okay. All right.
Roll call.
Bob,
Yes, I guess.
Vanderhoff,
Something with-
Yes.
Wilburn,
Yes.
Champion.
Yes.
Canner.
Yes.
Lehman.
Yes.
O'Donnell.
Yes.
The motion carries. The bids are rejected. Item 15, consider resolution approving an agreement between the City of Iowa City and the artist for the north pads of the downtown pedestrian mall and authorizing the mayor to execute and the city clerk to attest the same.
Move the resolution.
Second.
Moved by Champion, seconded by Vanderhoff. Discussion? This is part of the public art that will be placed in the downtown Ped Mall area, and this is being recommended by the Public Art Advisory Committee and staff and so forth. Discussion?
Yeah, just, I'm going to be voting for this. We don't have commercial rights to the artwork. I'm just wondering, though, what happens if, let's say, either the artist becomes tremendously famous, or this becomes a great symbol for our city and everybody wants to buy little models and things. Do we have to negotiate with the artists again to be able to sell replicas or T-shirts with its picture on there? What happens if that case comes true in 10 years down the road?
There's a provision in the contract that deals with that, but I'm going to have to go back and look at that to answer that specific question.
But it is addressed.
Yes.
Yeah, do you want me to look at it now and answer the question?
But at this point, you're comfortable that it's...
We're allowed to do little promotional things with pictures of the image and that kind of thing, but how far that right extends, I'd have to go back and look at it.
Probably couldn't sell a model of it.
I don't know that we can sell a model.
Yeah, that's what I assume we can't.
Pictures and promotion in pamphlets and so forth.
That kind of thing, but mass scale production of T-shirts and models.
I think the
don't
wording
know.
was about commercial use of it.
But anything the city does would be
Which
commercial use.
replicas would be a commercial use.
Yeah.
Right, that was pretty clear in there that we can use it for that. I'm just saying if this becomes, what's comparable, the love symbol in New York, L-O-V-E, I think.
St. Louis Arch.
Well, I don't know if that's quite comparable.
What if I was...
That's a stretch. Probably
We have
not.
Ralston Creek.
But, so I guess we would have to negotiate with the artist if that ever, for their estate, if that
Well,
became the case.
Like I said, if you want me to answer that question, I'm going to have to go back and look at the contract and look at the copyright law and see what I think. So I'm not going to answer it tonight,
No. Well, it probably won't.
unless you want me to spend the time looking at it.
Well, I doubt, is that going to affect the way we're going to vote on this for anybody?
No, although I would like, I guess just in the future, to see if there are ways that we can get more commercial rights to it in the contract.
Let me ask you this, is this time critical? Could it be postponed for the next meeting?
Well, no, I'm going to vote for it. I'm saying in future contracts, it's something to look at to see if we can put that in and protect the future interest.
Well, we need to figure out
We're just going to vote.
I think we're letting you off the hook.
Eleanor, we've said that it isn't going
I'd
to
be
affect
happy to
our
give you a
vote.
memo on it if you want, but
No, I don't
I
need
think
it.
I'm going to have to look at it, and I'm going to, in more detail. Okay.
In the meantime, roll call.
Wilburn?
Yes.
Champion?
Yep.
Canner?
Yes.
Lehman?
Yes.
O'Donnell?
Yes.
Cobb?
Yes.
Vanderhoff?
Yes.
Motion carries. Item 16, consider a resolution authorizing the filing of an application with the Iowa Department of Transportation for State Recreational Trails Fund.
Move adoption of resolution.
Second.
Moved by Wilburn, seconded by Vanderhoff. This is an application for funds for rehabilitation of trails and rebuilding trails that we presently have, not for new trails.
And these are in City Park,
yes.
which are very old, very narrow, and don't meet the guide that we have now for our standards for trails within our city. And this is an important link in our whole trail system, the Iowa River Trail system. So I would hope that we would receive funds.
Has the resolution been moved yet?
Yes.
Okay.
Discussion, further discussion. Roll call.
Wilburn?
Yes.
Champion?
Yes.
Canner?
Yes.
Lehman?
Yes.
O'Donnell?
Yes.
Cobb?
Yes.
Vanderhoff?
Yes.
Item 17, consider a resolution declaring an official intent under Treasury Regulation 1.150-2 to issue debt to reimburse the city for certain original expenditures paid in connection with specified projects. Excuse me, this is relative to the airport and library expansions.
Move adoption of the resolution.
Moved by Vanderhoff,
Second.
seconded by Fobb. Discussion.
There's been talk, maybe by a couple council members informally at different places about, or at least I've thought of this, about the airport being able to pay for more of their expenses, especially out of proposed or assumed profits from the North Commercial Development area. And I was wondering if there was any way that we can move some of this debt from us to the Airport Commission and future profits from their north commercial development.
I think that's a discussion that should be coming up to us pretty soon when we get the contract
Yes.
for the North Airport commercial.
And I think it's a question of policy.
It's a different issue
Yeah.
than this, but it is something that I also
can
have an
do.
interest in discussing.
I have a question. I was at an airport commission meeting, and it appears that, is the airport and the city basically the same thing?
Is the airport commission operates.
No, but I mean, is it in one, is there, I think the discussion was that debt and whatnot was the airport's debt was the city's debt, and
Okay. Traditionally, the airport, Irvin, has assumed we will carry their debt, retire the debt through our debt service fund. I think what Stephen is suggesting is that rather than tax for it, some of the profits, the income earned from the North Airport commercial could be applied to debt as well as operations, and the answer is yes. That's a matter of policy for you.
And that's not a new concept. We've talked about that over the years.
It's been
quite a bit.
kicked around off and on. Councils have really
Right.
never sort of aggressively pursued the thing, but
So-
it certainly can be done.
so there, the goal for the city, and I believe for the airport too, is for the airport to be totally self-sufficient.
Well, maybe make a
It's a
profit.
goal for you all to decide what
But
you mean by
I
self-sufficiency.
don't think the airport can make a commission because of FAA, can they?
Can't make.
I don't know, but that's another issue.
Yeah, okay.
I
There
intend
further-
to bring this issue up, I'm sure, during our budget review process. You're going to see this because we want to do a more comprehensive review of airport finances anyway.
But there'll be research done in the meantime.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
The 18.4 million is for the library and 1.755 million is for hangar repairs and land costs for the airport. So what are the consequences if the council agreed to separate these two and voted down the airport part of that, issuing debt?
Steve and I suspect that part of this is part of an airport master plan that has been approved by the council some, 3 years ago?
At least.
Yeah, I think that and this is part of that master plan, which is, we've been in the process of implementing for the last 2 or 3 years, and probably will be in the process for another, 4 or 5 years before that master plan is completed?
Hopefully sooner than that.
Well, maybe sooner than that, but I mean, I think this is part of a bigger puzzle that whether or not we have a legal commitment, we certainly have a moral commitment to it.
You do have the ability to split the issue.
Of course.
Now, I would probably, my gut reaction is don't do that. And the reason is that this is a reimbursement resolution, and it allows you the ability to seek reimbursement through debt. You do not have to exercise that if you come up with a different policy like you were talking earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But that is truly a policy question for you. This preserves that option. Okay, Kevin? Yeah.
Let's vote.
Are there plans then to discuss then about, you said there were plans to discuss this for a future work session?
Oh, yeah. When we do the budget, one of the questions we want to pose to you, and at the time that you consider that North Commercial area, is just what do you expect to recover in the investment we have? And if, and I mean the word profit in the broadest sense, if there's a profit from the sale, the leases of these lots, your first option had been, to this point, retire the general fund subsidy, not have that. But you can also use those monies to retire debt if you so choose.
And it
You can do
could
both.
possibly be used for this in the future
Absolutely.
to retire this if
That's
we
correct.
so decide.
Yes, you could.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Further discussion? Roll call.
Vanderhoff?
Yes.
Wilburn?
Yes.
Champion?
Yes.
Canner?
Yes.
Lehman?
Yes.
O'Donnell?
Yes.
Bob?
Yes.
Motion carries. Item 18, consider a resolution of intent to approve a purchase agreement with Donna and Vic Zender for condominium unit 1G in Tower Place and parking, and to dispose of said property in accordance thereof, and setting a public hearing for January 9th, 2001.
Move adoption of the resolution.
Second.
Moved by Vanderoff, seconded by Fobb. Discussion.
I had a question. Who has expertise here in this area?
I'll wing it.
Okay.
Okay.
In there, it was crossed out that instead of one parking spot, that others seem to be getting for their purchase of the condos, they're getting 2 spots. And then also there was reimbursing for painting and sealing work of about $4,000.
That I don't know, that one I can't help.
And so I was wondering, are they paying more than the others per square foot, or what is the reason for that?
Yeah, I don't know, then I'll have to.
I can answer. The parking, I think what originally happened, I think the negotiations went, they wanted 4 parking spaces. We went back with 1, and we arrived at 2. And the way we've kind of been doing the parking on these purchase agreements is they roughly correspond to the size of the space. The space that neighbors this space is a smaller space and got 1 space, I believe. So that's kind of how the parking
How about
has
the
worked.
painting reimbursement? I don't know.
The painting reimbursement is, we are selling them vanilla box space.
Right.
And those, my understanding is those deducts are related to items that we will not have to do, and therefore our cost is reduced.
So the 4,000 is what we had done in other condos that we sold there, or will do in the future unless...
Yeah, there's no different, it should even out the prices between the units.
Other discussion? Roll call.
Canner?
Yes.
Lehman?
Yes.
O'Donnell?
Yes.
Bob?
Yes.
Vanderhoff?
Yes.
Wilburn?
Yes.
Champion?
Yes.
Motion carries. Item 19, consider a resolution awarding contract and authorizing the mayor to sign and city clerk to attest a contract with Pat Moore Construction Company, doing business as Moore Construction Company for the construction of a single-family home under the Affordable Dream Home Opportunities Program.
So moved.
1605 Dickinson Lane.
Second.
Moved by Fobb, seconded by Vanderoff. The cost of the bid amount is $129,980. Housing Authority recommends acceptance of the bid. Discussion.
I'm just pleased that we're going forward with this affordable housing program. I think it's a good program, and I wholeheartedly support it.
Roll call.
Lehman?
Yes.
O'Donnell?
Yes.
Bob?
Yes.
Vanderhoff?
Yes.
Wilburn?
Yes.
Champion?
Yes.
Canner?
Yes.
Motion carries. Item 20, consider a resolution authorizing the mayor to sign and city clerk to attest an Iowa Department of Transportation funding agreement for the North Dodge Street project. This is reconstruction of North Dodge Street from where it, terminus of the one-way all the way to Interstate 80. It's a very, very large project, and this is authorizing the funding. Do we have a motion?
So move.
Moved by Vanderoff.
Second.
Seconded by Fobb. Discussion.
Well, is this scheduled for 2003 or is that gonna, or,
Yes.
Oh,
we're-
I
We're
thought-
scheduling it for 2003. Our intent is we need to finish Captain Irish and First Avenue prior to constructing this project.
This will take place after the completion of Captain Irish, Scott Boulevard, whatever we do.
so we approve the
Yes.
funding now?
This is a funding agreement with the DOT.
Oh, okay.
And they are paying by far the lion's share of this project.
Well, I saw that. I like that.
They're willing to do that if we're willing to take on the administration and design and easement acquisition and that sort of thing. It's a partnering effort.
Good project and long overdue.
Yeah. Other discussion?
Well, yeah, I question that, Dee, whether it's the best project. I have a letter here that we received in May from a citizen on North Dodge Street, 1032 North Dodge Street, who lives in that area. And he talks about how the greatest public safety issue on this stretch of road is speeding traffic. And it seems that with increasing the size, it will increase speed. That's what tends to happen, and also will increase, it's my understanding that it will also increase the amount of traffic. You widen streets and you tend to get more people that flow to that arterial street. And I think he states that there seems to be agreement that everyone wants a traffic signal at Dodge Street and Prairie du Chien, and I would agree to that. But I think to continue to widen that just means more traffic, and also there's some affordable housing that the resident talks about also, and I would agree. And you would be affecting that and the ability for people to have trees in the front that would be taken out because of the widening. So I don't think it's the best plan. I think we can do better. I'm going to be voting against it.
Other discussion?
I would just bring up, it's kind of unrelated, but a real quick question to the city manager here. has the idea of videotaping speeders, is that effective in the state of Iowa? I understand it works in, I think it's Minnesota does it all.
Colorado that had a law that they dealt with it, Irvin.
Where did
and I
that
don't
ever
know the
go?
details. And I do know that the chief of police met with a couple of local legislators to discuss the issue, and we've left it with them to see if the issue will be raised in the upcoming session. I have it on my things to do, and I'll track it. So if I hear
Okay,
any
so
more-
you'll report what you can find.
we find out
That's
more
fine.
about
I
it,
just,
we'll let you
it's
know.
just something that came up.
Right now, it's illegal, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah,
That's
you
what we
can't.
understand.
Yeah, as of now, but I mean, other states are doing it, I mean.
Yes, there are other states that do.
And it's apparently working very well.
I had a question for Rick. We're going to be paying for the environmental impact study. What are we going to be looking for in that environmental impact study?
There's a wide variety of things that include historic properties, and the typical environmental factors that you think about, such as animals and things like that. The effect on the built environment.
On the what
and
environment?
The built environment, the homes and businesses in the area. And as I understand it, that study's pretty well complete, and we can get you a copy of that if you don't already have it.
I'd appreciate a copy if we can get it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Roll call.
Lehman?
Yes.
O'Donnell?
Yes.
Bob?
Yes.
Vanderhoff?
Yes.
Milburn?
Yes.
Champion?
Yes.
Cantor?
No.
Motion carries 6-1, Cantor voting no. Item 21, consider a resolution authorizing the city manager to negotiate and sign short-term leases for spaces in the old J.C. Penney building for the period of time between the closing of the city's purchase of the building and the date on which the city must have possession of the building.
Move the resolution.
Moved by Champion, seconded by O'Donnell. This will enable present tenants to stay there until such time as we need the building for demolition. Discussion?
Which businesses are giving indications that they might want to stay a while longer past the March 1st?
I had someone come in the other day, and Stephen, I honestly forget, because I told him this was being considered, and we'd get back with him.
Until we have the...
We had some others.
Yeah, the ones I've heard from have been the Fit Zone in the
Yeah,
basement
That's what it was.
and Freshens, and I will communicate with them if this resolution passes.
We really need this before we can start any discussions with them, so that we have the authority to give them short-term leases. Is that correct?
Yeah, we could have brought each lease back to you, except the timing of this is, I'd like to have them in place before we
Right.
close on the
Right.
purchase of the property.
I think that the Chinese restaurant also might be interested, and
I'm sure they'll let us.
there's also a little trouble communicating, perhaps. They speak Mandarin Chinese, the owners of the business. And so I understand we do have a pool. It might not include someone who speaks Chinese, but we look to that, so maybe we can see if we can find someone. Actually, the university does supply
They do.
people for $35 an hour. We might want to look at that and communicating with the owners of the business there for that. And we made there was a resolution that was passed to give, I think, first priority to the people at the location of the Burlington Street parking ramp that was going to be built when there was plans to have commercial space there. And I was wondering if there are plans, if there's an indication from the council that we'd like to consider that in a future session, that the people that are currently there would be given first opportunity to occupy the new commercial space, similar to the resolution that was passed for the Burlington Street parking ramp.
I think that initially is going to have to be a library board discussion. It's going to be their building. I mean, you're going to own it, but they're going to manage it and control it.
I mean, I can understand the PR aspects.
Right.
I've been
Yeah.
talking with them about it.
And I
Steve.
think
Yeah.
there has been some discussion about, some of them are interested in coming back into the building.
Further discussion? Roll call.
O'Donnell?
Yes.
Bob?
Yes.
Vanderhoff?
Yes.
Milburn?
Yes.
Champion?
Yes.
Cantor?
Yes.
Lehman?
Yes. Item 22, consider a resolution ratifying settlement of pending litigation.
So moved.
Moved by Bob,
Second?
Second by Champion.
Ernie, could you explain what this is?
Well, this is I don't know that we have a settlement that the council agreed to last
You
night.
want me to explain it?
Pardon?
You want me to explain it?
Yeah, why don't you explain it? That would probably take a little less time.
This-
Probably be somewhat coherent.
Correct.
This is a claim, this is a claim made against the city resulting from a car accident with a vehicle driven by a city employee that we have settled for the amounts of $35,000 and $55,000 respectively to each of the plaintiffs, the driver and the passenger.
Roll call?
Bob?
Yes.
Vanderhoff?
Yes.
Wilburn?
Yes.
Champion?
Yes.
Canner?
Yes.
Lehman?
Yes.
O'Donnell?
Yes.
Item 24 is the announcement of vacancies. The Airport Commission has one vacancy for a 6-year term ending March 1st, 2007. Telecommunications Commission, one vacancy for a 3-year term ending March 13th, 2004. Parks and Recreation Commission, one vacancy for an unexpired term ending January 1st, 2004. Council appointments, the Board of Adjustment, one appointment. Last night, the council recommended the name of Vince Maurer. Public Art Advisory Committee, there were no applications. The Senior Center Commission, several applications. A tough one for the council probably to choose from, but the council recommended Deborah Schoenfelder and Chevalier Monsanto. Do I have a motion to confirm those? Moved by O'Donnell.
Second.
Seconded by Vanderoff. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. City Council information.
Happy holidays, everyone.
Right.
Thank you.
Good point. Thank you.
Connie?
Well, I just have one thing. There was a letter in our packet from a resident, or maybe it was email, I can't remember. I think it was in the packet about cars parked across sidewalks in his neighborhood, and there are people there with wheelchairs. And you know, when I walk home from downtown in bad weather, that is a terrible problem.
Yeah, it is.
And maybe we should think about making a ticket for blocking the sidewalk, like $10.
There is
or-
one.
There is.
I got the
Oh, maybe
letter
50.
also, Connie, and advised the police, and they did put out a press release. And what we're going to have done is have our CSOs, and as well as our regular uniformed officers, if we observe that, they're to go to the door, knock on the door, and ask them to move. If not, we'll come back, in a reasonable period of time, and we will ticket them. But it is, the individual that contacted me was also physically challenged and couldn't get around.
But it's a problem all over town. I
Oh,
mean,
yeah.
it just reminded me,
And I
because sometimes you
yeah,
have to...
and I agree with the complaint is correct.
Yeah.
And we will
Thanks,
attend
good.
to it.
Thanks.
I just have
Connie?
one, I have
I'm
one
sorry.
comment. If there's a first and a second ticket, I think that if there's a habitual violator, we should see if we can cause
I'd
it
have to defer to Eleanor. I don't know if there's ratchet up the dollar figure, first or second citation. I don't think so.
I don't
Eleanor,
think
I
so.
got-
Can we tow?
Well, I got a memo from your
I'd have to
office,
look.
Eleanor, regarding changing the amount of fine, because I personally have a real problem with the
Oh,
being able...
parking fines, yeah.
Well,
we're-
blocking a sidewalk is a parking fine, is it
yeah,
not?
Probably.
Right,
We're
and my
we're capped
understanding
by
is
state
that
law on that
state
one.
Code of Iowa does not enable us to change that fine for more than $5.
Yeah, it's really
You're
minimal.
kidding.
No, which I
Maybe
really...
that's a lobbying project.
That could well be, but as of now, I think that it may be, if you're running late, you can take your chances and block a sidewalk and park there, and the maximum liability you've got is $5, which
I don't know if it's maximum, Ernie.
doesn't seem right.
I think we have the
You can
right
go
to
back.
tow.
Pardon?
You can go back.
Yeah.
You can go back.
Go back around.
And ticket again.
Oh,
If you wait
yeah.
a reasonable period
Right,
of time, you
but
can go back and take it
realistically,
again.
it could cost you $5, and the chances of it costing you anything aren't real good, because we can't monitor all those sidewalks. All right, but I share that, Connie.
The other thing, I just want to make a comment about Officer Bailey tonight, and that was really, I thought, nice that a lot of officers showed up. But I have a son who's going to be a policeman, and And he'll probably get those awards someday. But he has been doing an internship with the police. And I will tell you that Officer Bailey is not the only policeman who does nice things in the community. And I do think that sometimes we always hear bad things about police or people who've had, anybody who's been arrested probably doesn't have a lot of nice things to say about police. But I think we really have a very high quality force, and I think that a lot of them do a lot of really good deeds around town.
I'll second that.
Very good.
Okay.
I'll go along with
Mike?
that. Well, along with this Officer Bailey, he was my next door neighbor when he was about 8 years old, so that does age me. I've had several calls about the incredible job the street crew is doing in removing snow, outworking in all elements. They've done a tremendous job. That's it.
Key?
Nothing.
Ross?
I just want to acknowledge and thank the work of some young people that are involved with the ACE program through Lutheran Social Services and the Juvenile Court Office. They've been doing a lot of structured activities, but doing some work on behalf of the community and some of the community, the Human Service Agencies. I should know that, shouldn't I? What they're called. So just thank you, and they really do some good work. So contact Juvenile Court Office or Lutheran Social Services, and they really get a kick out of helping out the community. So,
Thank you. Stephen?
Well, in response to what Connie said, I rode with a police officer last year, and I believe anybody can do that in the city.
Schedule it, right?
Schedule it, and I went on Sunday afternoon, which was kind of quiet. I want to try it on a Friday or Saturday night and see what that's like, but I would recommend it for anyone, and it's a good way to see what the police officers have to go through on their duties. And there's a couple other things. One, was looking at the meeting room schedule and use for the airport room that was funded last year, in the last year or two. It's a very nice facility, and currently it's only allowed to be used by city commissions and boards. And I'd like to put out to the council and to the commission to see if we could open that up a bit to more of the community. I know there's some issues about things being open there, but maybe we could work something out because it's a wonderful facility that they have there. I recommend people check it out. You're welcome to go there during the day and sometimes during the night. I'd like to see if we can make that more accessible for community groups, even though they might not be officially connected with the city.
Stephen, I did speak to the head of the airport commission, and he was surprised that it was, the rules and regulations did not allow community groups and other public people besides just the city. So he was going to look into it. He hasn't got a chance to get back to me, so I would suggest that we kind of put that on hold, and they're working on it, and that was I requested that they do, and they said they would.
And I did talk to Steve Atkins about it. That's something we're checking on, too. I agree with you. That's a very serviceable, very attractive room, very expensive room, and certainly one that could be appreciated by a lot of folks if they could use it.
And then I'm not saying that isn't a good idea, but I think just give them a meeting or so, and then if they don't, then move on.
Thank you. And I wanted to make note, there was an article in the Daily Iowan from a few days ago about the first Shepherd scholarships, and they were awarded to two first-year students at the University of Iowa, Galen Newton and Jessica Brackett. It's the Matthew Shepherd Scholarship, the first scholarship award specifically intended for openly gay and lesbian student leaders in Iowa. And I think we should applaud those folks for being out there and working for civil rights. And so I'm glad to see that happening in our community, that we have these award winners here in Iowa City. At the same time, I feel that I have to speak out. They quoted a former state legislator, Chuck Hurley, making comments that are typical code words for homophobia. And I think we have to challenge those. He talked about, he was quoted, Chuck Hurley, as saying, when I first heard of the scholarship, I thought it was tragic that there was a scholarship to reward deadly behavior, let alone the moral question. And those are the kinds of things that I think we as a city have worked so hard to fight, that kind of hate language. And so I hope that Galen and Jessica continue their work, and hope that there'll be many more that will join them. And the final thing is that yesterday, as many people read in the papers, there was a videotaping that Councilmember Fabb and myself did at the informal Monday work session. And a news release was sent out, and just wanted to touch on a point or two of why we did that and why I felt it was important. I feel that there are very important decisions that are made on Monday night sessions. For instance, the approval of $20,000 for the Devonian Fossil Gorge project in Coralville, or in fact the decision not to budget funds for broadcasting and videotaping Monday night work sessions, which was done on a Monday. And so not only do we have decisions made on Tuesday night, but also on Monday night. And I think as a letter to the editor-writer wrote a few days ago, the thing that makes democracy strong is the free flow of ideas, and I think that's important that people be able to see that. And there's certainly things that I don't agree with the majority of the council at times, and I feel that they do so, some people perhaps not in a team-like fashion, as the mayor mentioned that I'm not doing things in a team-like fashion. I think that democracy and politics is working what you believe is for the best interest of the community. And city council work is one way to do that, and there are other ways that I and others do that. And it's in that fashion, in that sense, that I feel that videotaping Monday night work sessions is a good thing for the city as a whole. And people will be able to view those videotapes in the future on PATV, public access television.
I'd just like to respond briefly, Stephen. It isn't the videotaping of work sessions that concerns me, and I think you're probably aware of that. What concerns me is, you, I think, brought it up rather succinctly. It's a matter of democracy. I think that when a group of people, by a majority rule, decide to do something, in most cases, I think it's incumbent on the rest of those groups to at least abide by the rules that the group makes itself, and if they choose not to agree with those rules, to bring those rules up so the entire group has an opportunity to change those rules again. And I don't agree that it was appropriate, nor do I think it was. I think it was somewhat self-serving. I don't think it was in the best interest of the council for you and Mr. Fabb to decide to videotape those meetings without first asking the council to reconsider it. I think it has been, it's something that is going to be somewhat of a problem for this council. I regret that, I really do, because I think that this community deserves 7 council people who are responsive to each other and are responsible to the people within their community. And I think any action on the part of council people that reduces that is not in the best interest of the community. In any event, I really would like to wish all of the council folks and the folks in the community the happiest of holidays and a great new year. This really is a great place to live. I think we're all blessed, and I hope everyone certainly enjoys the holidays with their family and friends. Stephen? City Manager, wake up. I didn't mean to put you to sleep.
No, you didn't put me to sleep. Nothing, sir.
All right.
Happy holiday.
Eleanor? Marion? We have a motion to adjourn?
You got it.
Okay, second.
O'Donnell, seconded by Vanderoff. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? We are adjourned. Thank you.
Thanks for using InfoVision. Please call again soon.
Noel, Noel, a medieval English carol, and before that, Angelus ad Virginem and Alma Redem Toris Mater, performed by the Newberry Consort, recorded live in concert at Grace Church in Oak Park, Illinois. Here's countertenor Drew Minter of the Newberry Consort with a beautiful Middle English Christmas carol called Lule, I Saw a Sweet Seemly Sight. If this tune sounds familiar, it's because we heard a slightly different version of it sung by Anonymous 4 right at the beginning of the program. In the concert notes, Drew Minter tells us that the popular Lule Lule carols, of which there are a whole group, come from a tradition that was started by Franciscan friars in 14th century Ireland.
Oh
Drew Minter of the Newberry Consort sang a Middle English Christmas carol called Lulay, I Saw a Sweet Seemly Sight, recorded live in concert at Grace Church in Oak Park, Illinois. Medieval music for Christmas and the solstice has been the topic of this week's edition of Harmonia. On the second half of the program, we've been listening to excerpts from a concert called Mend the Fire and Make Good Cheer, a collection of English songs, melodies, and carols recorded live in concert by the Newberry Consort. Here are three more from that performance. We'll begin with a four-part piece called Candens Crescit Lilium, which translates as Pure White Grows the Lily. The Newberry Consort performed a set of medieval English music for the Christmas season from a program entitled Mend the Fire and Make Good Cheer, recorded live in concert at Grace Church in Oak Park, Illinois. The members of the Newberry Consort are Director Mary Springfells, playing viels and lute, David Douglas, playing viels and rebec, and countertenor Drew Minter. They were joined for this concert by tenor James Ruff and baritone Scott Murphy. Harmonia is a production of WFIU and comes from Indiana University. Additional resources have come from the Early Music Institute and the Thomas Binkley Archive of Early Music Recordings at the Indiana University School of Music. Our theme music is played by Ensemble Alcatraz. For information about Harmonia t-shirts or to receive a free playlist of the music on this week's program, you can contact us through the mail, email, or the World Wide Web. By regular mail, send a self-addressed stamped envelope to Harmonia, WFIU, Radio and TV Center, Indiana University, Bloomington, Indiana, 47405. Our email address is harmonia@indiana.edu. If you're asking for a playlist, be sure to include this week's program number 9750, Mend the Fire and Make Good Cheer. You can find Harmonia on the World Wide Web at www.indiana.edu/Harmonia. Our studio engineer was Mike Pashkash, and I'm Angela Mariani, inviting you to join us again for the next edition of Harmonia.
You're listening to KSUI, Iowa City, Cedar Rapids, 91.7 FM. We serve Dubuque at 101.1 FM. KSUI is yours to protect or neglect. You can protect it by becoming an investor in the station. You can neglect it by hoping someone else will do it. Becoming an investor is one of the most important ways to express your appreciation for the fine programming available to you every day, and to protect it for today and the future. Don't neglect, protect. Your investment in KSUI is tax-deductible. It all goes to support our programming. Send it to the Friends of KSUI, Post Office Box 4550, Iowa City, Iowa, 52244. Or you can visit our website at ksui.uiowa.edu and make a pledge.
Mozart Violin Concerto and a Michael Haydn Symphony are ahead this hour. This Notturno first by Mendelssohn from A Midsummer Night's Dream incidental music. Charles Mackerras with the Orchestra of the Age of Enlightenment in his music of Mendelssohn. This is Michael Roth. I want to bring you season's greetings, first of all, as well as a little music for the season, the Christmas season, that is, a motet by Michael Pretorius, based on the Christmas chorale that's ascribed to Martin Luther himself, from Himmel hoch, da komm ich her. Along with that, a Mozart violin concerto, his first, later on, and the symphony by the younger Haydn, who took over the post that Mozart left in his hometown of Salzburg. Michael Haydn, this is Michael Haydn's Symphony in A major, performed by the London Mozart Players, directed by Matthias Bammert. Symphony in A major by Michael Haydn, younger brother of Franz Josef, and a friend of Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart, whose music we'll hear later on. This was the London Mozart Players, directed by Matthias Bammert, and their performance of this symphony of Michael Haydn, or Michael if you prefer the German. I have another Michael, or Michael Pretorius, with a Christmas motet for the season. This features the Lutheran chorale attributed to Martin Luther himself, Vom Himmel hoch, da komm ich her. This becomes part of a motet for double chorus in 3 parts, as set by Michael Pretorius in the early 17th century, and here performed by the Thomaner Chor of Leipzig, and instrumentalists from the Capella Fidicinia, directed by Erhard Mauersberger. quintet in 3 parts for double choirs by Michael Pretorius from the early 17th century, using as the main melody that Christmas chorale of Martin Luther, Vom Himmel hoch da komm ich her. Thomaner Chor of Leipzig, featuring those angelic boys' voices, boy sopranos, and instrumentalists of the Capella Fidezinia, Erhard Mauersberger, the director. You may know Johann Sebastian Bach's setting of that same chorale as a chorale prelude for organ. Here's another chorale prelude of Bach on yet another famous Christmas melody, In Dulci Jubilo, Marie-Claire Alain, the organist. Marie-Claire Alain on an organ in Lucerne, Switzerland, performing Johann Sebastian Bach's setting of the Christmas chorale in Dulci Jubilo, BWV number 608. A little more Christmas music at the end of the program, but Mozart next. Here's Itzhak Perlman with the Vienna Philharmonic, directed by James Levine, in Mozart's Violin Concerto number 1 in B-flat, Köchel number 207. The first of the 5 violin concertos that a 19-year-old Mozart wrote all in one year. The Concerto No. 1 in B-flat, Köchel 207 by Mozart, was performed by Itzhak Perlman, with James Levine conducting the Vienna Philharmonic. Well, as we approach the end of this particular hour of our program, I want to thank you for joining me, and I want to send you warm greetings for the Christmas season. My name is Michael Roth. Here is an offertory by Palestrina, Jubilate Deo Universa Terra, for 5 voices. The 5 voices, most of them doubled, I believe, belong to members of Chicago A Cappella, directed by Jonathan Miller, in this offertory setting of Palestrina. Music for the Christmas season by the Italian Renaissance master Giovanni Pierluigi da Palestrina, to give him his full name, generally known by the single name Palestrina. His offertory, Jubilate Deo Universa Terra, praise the Lord, the entire land. The distribution of the five voices is an interesting one. Alto, two tenors, and two baritones, in other words, no high soprano voices. And with that, we conclude this hour of our music for the Christmas season, and I hope you make it a habit to join me during all seasons, but especially warm greetings and wishes to you for this Christmas season from yours truly, Michael Roth.
Bringing classical music to Iowa for 50 years, this is KSUI, Iowa City, Cedar Rapids, 91.7 FM.
Well, Christmas is not far away, and happy holidays to you, by the way. We're going to hear some Christmas music. The Christmas Songs by Peter Cornelius with tenor Peter Schreier. And we'll also hear some other early German romantic music, a piano concerto by Felix Mendelssohn. First, this Fantasia on Greensleeves by Ray Fun Williams. Morton Gould is the conductor. Panacea on Greensleeves by Ray Fun Williams, Morton Gould conducting his orchestra. The German romantic composer Peter Cornelius, in writing his collection of Christmas songs, single-handedly invented, I should say, really a new genre. Several composers thereafter followed with art songs, which are inspired by Christmas themes. And the 6 songs in the cycle really span the spectrum of songs about the 3 kings, about the little boy Christ after 8 days, about Christ growing up, and the shepherds watching in the field, and even about a Christmas tree. Here is Peter Schreier, tenor, with Norman Shetler, piano, in the Christmas Songs by Peter Cornelius.
Der festliche Rauch, die Lichter funkeln am Weihnachtsbaum, o fröhliche Zeit, o seliger Traum. Die Mutter sitzt in der Kinderkreis, nun schweiget alles auf ihr Geheiß. Sie singet des Christkinds Lob und Preis. Und rings vom Weihnachtsbaum erhellt, ist schön in Bildern aufgestellt des heiligen Buches Allenwelt. Die Kinder schauen der Bilder Pracht und haben wohl des Singens Acht, das tönt so süß in der Weidenacht. O glücklicher Kreis im festlichen Raum, o goldene Lichter am Weihnachtsbaum, o fröhliche Zeit, o seliger Traum. drei Könige wandern aus Morgenland. Ein Sternlein führt sie zum Jordanstrand. In Juda fragen und forschen die drei, wo der neugeborene König sei. Sie wollen Weihrauch hören und Gold dem Kinde spenden zum Opfersold. Und hell erglänzet des Sternes Schein, zum Stalle gehen die Könige ein. Das Knäblein schauen sie wonniglich, anbetend neigen die Könige sich. Sie bringen Weihrauch, Myrrhen und Gold zum Opfer dar, dem Knäblein hold. O Menschenkind, halte treulich Schritt. Die Könige wandern, o wandre mit. Der Stern der Liebe, der Gnade Stern, erhelle dein Ziel, so du suchst den Herrn, und vielen Weihrauch, Myrrhen und Gold, schenke dein Herz dem Knäblein hold. Das Knäblein hat 8 Tagen, ward gen Jerusalem, zum Gotteshaus getragen, vom Stall in Bethlehem. Da kommt ein Greis geschritten, der fromme Simeon. Er nimmt in Tempels mitten von Mutterarm den Sohn. Vom Angesicht des Alten ein Strahl der Freude bricht. Ihr preiset Gottes Walten, weissagungsvoll und spricht. Nun lässest du in Frieden, Herr, deinen Diener gehen. Da du mir noch beschieden, in Heiland anzusehen, Warte, Knäblein, wart ein Mann, erlöst uns aus der Sünde Bann. Doch neigt er freundlich immer dar und liebend sich zur Kinderschar. Habt ihr den Ruf des Herrn vernommen, des Heilands Stimme mild und weich? Lasset die Kleinen zu mir kommen, denn ihrer ist das Himmelreich. Ich aber mag die Weihnachtszeit an Träumen der Vergangenheit. Erinnerungsodem hauchet mild den Schleier von der Kindheit hin. Lichter hell am Baum erklommen, ist mir, als würd ich Kindern gleich. Als dürft ich mit euch Kleinen kommen, zu teilen euer Himmelreich. Dass einst ein Kind auf Erden war, Christkindlein kommt noch jedes Jahr. Kommet vom hohen Sternenzelt, freut und beglücket alle Welt. Mit Kindern feiert froh den Tag, o Christkind in der Griefelei. Den Christbaum zündet's überall, weckt Orgelklang und Glockenschall.
We heard the Christmas Songs by Peter Cornelius, a collection of 6 songs about various aspects of Christmas, the raising of the Christ child, the 3 kings visiting, and so forth. We had time, I threw in an extra little tiny song of Max Reger, Uns ist geboren ein Kindlein, to us a child is born. Peter Schreier, tenor, Norman Shetler, piano. Here's some medieval Christmas music, and by the way, I do want to wish you a Merry Christmas. This is called Der Tag, der ist so freudenreich, the day which is so full of joy. The day which is so full of joy. Christmas music from the medieval ages with Niederaltaicher scholars led by Konrad Ruland. We'll hear some more early German romantic music now, but not dealing with Christmas. This is an early work of Felix Mendelssohn. It's interesting how some composers view their works in a positive or sometimes negative way, and history shows them that they were perhaps wrong in that judgment. We think of maybe Tchaikovsky's 1812 Overture and how much he despised the work and yet how popular it is today, and Mendelssohn's early string symphonies. Here is an early piece for strings by Mendelssohn, but it is a piano concerto in A minor for just piano and strings and no other instruments. Mendelssohn did not even intend this for publication, only for a little private performance in his home one day. And yet, in spite of that, it's a major work, over 30 minutes of music here. Cyprian Katsaris is our pianist. Janos Rola is the conductor, leading the Franz Liszt Chamber Orchestra in this early work of Mendelssohn.
You are now connected to InfoVision. Use the number keys on your phone to select 1, 4, 5, 1, 6, 2, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, one, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 3, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, asterisk, 1, 4, 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, page not available. Please make another selection. Asterisk, asterisk, 2, 1, 1. Thanks for using InfoVision. Please call again soon. You are now connected to InfoVision. Use the number keys on your phone to select items listed on your television. 1, 2, 1, 1, 1, pound, pound, asterisk, 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 4, 5, 1, 2, asterisk, 5, 1, 1, 1, 1, asterisk, 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 6, 2, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, Thanks for using InfoVision. Please call again soon. You are now connected to InfoVision. Use the number keys on your phone to select items listed on your television. 5, asterisk, 1, 2, 5, asterisk, asterisk, 8, asterisk, 7, asterisk, 5, asterisk, 3, asterisk, 2, asterisk, 1, asterisk, 4, one, asterisk, 2, asterisk, asterisk, seven, asterisk, one, asterisk, five, three, one, two, one, one, five, asterisk, six, one, asterisk, 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 asterisk. Thanks for using InfoVision. Please call again soon.
Personen Todier, John Rutter and the Cambridge Singers.
This is Classical Radio, KSUI, Iowa City, Cedar Rapids 91.7 FM, serving Dubuque at 101.1 FM.
Well, with Christmas so nearby, it's no surprise that we have quite a bit of Christmas music to hear, including Part 5 of Bach's Christmas Oratorio. This is Peter Van de Graaff with you. We're going to begin with the Gloria Dei Ringers, bell choir, with Away in a Manger.
Thank you.
the Gloria Dei Ringers with some traditional Christmas music, Away in a Manger, arranged by Betty Gary. This is Peter Van de Graaff with you, and I thank you for listening. We have some Christmas music right now. The Scenes from Childhood by Robert Schumann will be heard in a little bit. We're going to hear part 5 of the 6-part Christmas Oratorio now by Johann Sebastian Bach, in a performance conducted by Nicholas Harnoncourt. The soloists are Paul Eswood, Kurt Equilutz, Zygmunt Ninsgern, Concertus Musicus Vienna, Nicholas Harnoncourt conducting the Vienna Boys Choir and Viennensis Chorus.
himmlischen Lande, zur Zeit des Königes Herodis. Siehe, da kamen die Weisen vom Morgenlande gen Jerusalem und sprachen: versprach und mit ihm das ganze Jerusalem. Aber wollt ihr erschrecken an meines Jesu Gegenwart, euch solcher Furcht erwecken? Oh, solltet ihr euch nicht viel mehr darüber freuen, weil er dadurch viel spricht, der Menschen Wunder zu verneuen. Und ließ versammeln alle Hohepriester und Schriftgelehrten unter dem Volk und erforschete von ihnen, wo Christus sollte geboren werden. Und sie sagten ihm, zu Bethlehem im jüdischen Lande, denn also steht geschrieben durch den Propheten. Und du, Bethlehem, im jüdischen Lande, bist mitnichten
Part 5 of the 6-part Christmas Oratorio by Johann Sebastian Bach. Nicholas Harnoncourt conducted the Vienna Boys Choir and Vienensis Chorus, soloists Paul Eswood, Kurt Equilutz, and Zygmunt Nimsgern. And a very Merry Christmas to you. A little more Christmas music now. Schumann in a moment or two. This is Good King Wenceslas. Little arrangement of Good King Wenceslas, performed by Paul Plunkett, trumpeter, and organist Rudolf Lutz. Christmas is time for everyone, of course, but above all, a time for children. And we're going to hear now some scenes from childhood by Robert Schumann, played by pianist Martha Argerich. heard from pianist Martha Argerich and the music of Robert Schumann, his Kinderscenen, Scenes from Childhood. Let's get back to Christmas music now. Here is the choir of King's College, Cambridge, directed by Sir David Wilcox, and a recording from the early 1970s of this traditional carol. In that transcription with the Philip Jones Brass Ensemble, we heard the choir of King's College, Cambridge, and the traditional English carol, O Come All Ye Faithful, from an early 1970s recording reissued here. The conductor was Sir David Wilcox. And Sir David made this arrangement. Memphis Boy Choir and Chamber Choir, John Ayer directing the Sussex Carol, arranged by David Wilcox.
Bringing classical music to Iowa for 50 years, this is KSUI, Iowa City, Cedar Rapids, 91.7 FM.
Thanks very much for joining me for music today. I want to wish you a good day and also a happy holiday season. We're going to hear music for the season right now, focusing on one particular piece which has become very popular over the years, the 12 Days of Christmas. I'm going to hear several variations on that theme, including a piece called Partridge Pie and a couple of settings of the 12 Days of Christmas. The first one we're going to hear is for instruments alone, and it's called a Capriccio on 12 Days of Christmas. And this is played by the Pittsburgh Chamber Orchestra.